Hello, I'm Dylan Sanders, and I absolutely love movies, and I figured no better way to begin to share my love for movies than going through my entire physical media collection, which is exactly what we're going to do today. You might notice my Blu-ray shelf, my crown jewel of my room, right back there. The first shelf is empty already in preparation for this video. They're right over here ready to get to show to you guys. I'm going to do this shelf by shelf. I think that's the easiest way. Yeah, I'm just going to go through every single movie I own. I have Blu-rays, 4Ks, Criterion Collection, no DVDs at all. I have them sorted alphabetically. Numbers first and then alphabetical, and I stick pretty strictly to the alphabetical order. And I think the only other thing to say before we get started is, as a note, I have seen every single movie we're about to talk about. I actually, when I buy movies physically, as I vastly prefer to streaming or any other way to watch a movie, I actually put it over there on my desk. And then once I watch it, then it goes on my shelf. So I actually have like 5 movies I just bought, like yesterday from a few days ago from Amazon that came, that aren't going to be in this video because as far as I'm concerned, they're not part of my collection yet. They're not on my shelf yet because I haven't seen them yet. I know other people do collection videos, other YouTubers I love that have given me inspiration that I watch, and they go through their collection, and like some of their movies in their collection they've never even seen. It's like still in the packaging or even and stuff. I don't understand how they do that. I can't do that. That would bother me so much. I have to have seen every movie on my shelf, so I watch it before it even goes on there. So I have seen every single movie I'm about to talk to you with you. Now, that being said, there's a lot of movies I don't even own that I still really need and really want to see. If you want to see a companion list to this video, sort of, you can go check out my Letterboxd handle, Dylan Sanders 1206, I believe is my Letterboxd name. Hopefully that's correct. I'll put it in the description down below, a link to it. I love Letterboxd, use it an extreme amount, and I have a list on there of my entire Blu-ray collection, and that does have those movies on it that we're not going to talk about, are on that list, but they're just not on my shelf yet. And I thought of that because I was talking about movies I need to see, and I have a watch list on there with like 900 movies on it. So yeah, there's a lot that I still need to see for sure. I'm only 19. With no further ado, we can get started here. Before we do, just a reminder, go down there and this is my first video, and I'd love to keep talking about movies. I really love movies, as I'm sure you can tell. And so like, subscribe, all of that would help. Comment down below about your collections, about your favorite movies that I own, things we agree and disagree about. I figure this would be a great way to get things going, as it's broad, covers so many different movies from genres and franchises and directors that I can just talk a little bit about everything. I'm going to try and not talk too long about every movie because I don't want this video to be 5 hours long. So we're going to do our best to keep things moving, but I will make comments about every movie. And kicking off with the numbers, our first Blu-ray, 8 Mile, well, 4K actually, a solid biopic film about Eminem. It's not really a biopic film, and it gave us Lose Yourself, which is a great song, and Michael Shannon is in this movie. Little random factoid. 10 Cloverfield Lane. This is a really great thriller. John Goodman is amazing in this movie. Gives a really terrifying performance, and I actually prefer this to Cloverfield, that we'll talk about later in the Seas. She does a really good job too. I've seen her in other stuff. Mary Elizabeth Winstead. Yeah, I've seen her in other things. She's good in this, but John Goodman's definitely the standout. And I love movies that take place in like one confined location. I'm going to try and keep this video spoiler-free, since I'm talking about so many different movies. So without spoiling it, the last 10 minutes of this movie really do drag it down, unfortunately. They change genres and go just completely off the rails, in my opinion, and the movie would have been so much better without them. The last like 10 minutes, but still a great movie. And when talking about iconic dance scenes, we don't talk about John Goodman walking over to a jukebox and randomly twerking enough. We should talk about that scene more. It's hilarious and terrifying. Speaking of movies that only take place in one location, the best to ever do it, 12 Angry Men. This is our first Criterion collection here. They come with these little booklets a lot, different juror members here. This is one of my all-time favorite movies, Sidney Lumet's debut film. Henry Fonda, the whole cast is incredible. Again, one location movie. It's top 20 movie of all time for me. Seen it many times. One of my dad's favorites as well. Next up, 42, the Jackie Robinson story. This is one of my early Blu-rays. I started collecting around 3 years ago, I would say, and I would say this was pretty early on into my collection, so I haven't seen it in a while because I watched it when I first got it on Blu-ray and haven't watched it since. But good performance from Chadwick Boseman there. 1917, a great Sam Mendes war film. A lot of people love this movie, and a lot of people say it's a gimmick with the one shot. Maybe it is, but who cares? It's beautiful, and it works and keeps you intrigued. And I would say that the one shot is what you come for, but you stay for the great story about these two guys going on a long journey, and the final running shot that's kind of become very popular and is beautiful and all that. So yeah, the one shot part is great, but the story and characters are really great too. 2001: A Space Odyssey, our first Stanley Kubrick film we're talking about. And unfortunately, he's an icon, a legend, and I have full respect for him, but of his 4 films, I've only really loved one of them, and the other 3 I've been to no on, personally. He just doesn't jive with me, and this is one that just didn't click with me at all. I found it boring. I know a lot of people absolutely love this film, and I mean, for a film that came out in the 60s, it is obviously groundbreaking and still looks amazing to this day. It's mind-boggling this came out in the 60s. But outside of that, it's weird. I like the part with Hal and the ship. That's a better part of the film, but the last 20 minutes completely lose me entirely, and it feels like you're on a psychedelic drug trip, and I don't know what happened. Alright, we're done with the numbers now. We are on to the A's, and our first A is After Sun. This is not a Criterion collection. It's actually I subscribe to the A24 app, and you get like 20% off all their stuff, and they sell their movies in these really cool packaging things here. You got like pictures and stuff even in there, if I could show it properly. This is just outside of my top 10 movies of all time. I absolutely love this movie. Charlotte Wells' debut film, which is beautiful. Can't wait to see what she does with the rest of her career. And Paul Mescal and Frankie Corio have some of the best chemistry in any movie I've ever seen in this father and daughter relationship. And it's a movie all about memories and reminiscing of better times, and it's a beautiful, touching film, and I'll never listen to Under Pressure the same ever again after watching that movie. Next up, we got a twofer here, kind of, with our 2 Aladdins. Obviously the animated one is the far superior one. Disney Renaissance. Disney was just on an absolute hot streak, and it's one of my favorite Disney films. Renaissance and early revival are the Disney films that me and my sister grew up on the most. So, iconic songs and characters. I absolutely hate the live-action remakes as a concept. I think they're a cash grab, and I don't know why we're getting like 1,000 of them now. But that doesn't mean that some of them aren't fun, and this one's pretty fun. I did a good job, and Will Smith does a different enough thing from Robin Williams to be a satisfiable genie, so it's okay. But I'm just gonna watch the animated one if I want to watch Aladdin. First collection here, Alfred Hitchcock. This was my starter pack to Alfred Hitchcock. The other really main one that I really want to see from him is North by Northwest. I know he has a lot of other movies, but that's the other big one I really want to see. We got Rear Window, Vertigo, Psycho, and The Birds in here. Psycho and Rear Window are definitely my two favorites. They'd be really close. I'd probably put Psycho slightly over Rear Window. Then I'd say Vertigo, kind of a movie ahead of its time, cool. And then The Birds is easily the weakest. It was fine, but it was easily the weakest of them. And another collection here with the Alien collection. I don't own Romulus, have not seen it either, and need to. I've heard it's really good, actually. Easily of these, the first two are for sure the best. You got Ridley Scott, sci-fi horror, confined location, James Cameron action sci-fi. If you were to tell me upon just like my first watch through of these, I would have told you I liked Aliens better. I think Ripley gets a lot of good development with the child, the little girl character. I can't remember Newt, I think, is her name. But upon more time and reflecting, I think I like the first film better. I like the horror vibe that Ridley Scott brings to it, and the confined one location as well. So I think I like the first one better. And then 3 is David Fincher's first movie, but you never guess it in a million years. You can feel small remnants. That's the word I'm looking for, of him left on the movie, but the studio took it and completely went their own direction with it, so it's basically not even his movie. Alien Resurrection is just not good. I actually might prefer it to Alien 3, though, to be honest. And then I really like Prometheus. I know it's very, controversial, but I liked it. I liked the twist of it. It doesn't have Alien in the title for a reason. Michael Fassbender was very good. And then Covenant is a mixed bag for me. I think when it's just being its own Alien movie, it's pretty good and scary. But when it tries to be a sequel of Prometheus, as a person that likes Prometheus even, it gets too convoluted and confusing. Then we have Alien vs. Predator, double feature here. These movies are both dog shit. The first one is okay. It has some good fights, I guess, at least between the Xenomorph and the Predator, but it's really not good. And then the second one is Requiem, is absolutely atrocious. One of the worst movies I've ever seen, probably. I mean, you have the character, story, acting is all horrific, and then you think at least you can get a Xenomorph and Predator fighting, but you can't, because you can't tell what's going on or see anything because it's all so dark and shaky. We got 2 Andrew Garfield Amazing Spider-Man films in this cool little booklet. I'll always be a defender of these films in some ways. Maybe it's because I saw them in theaters and I have some nostalgia with them. But the first one is solid. The second one's a disaster. The villains, Lizard's okay. The rest are horrible. Jamie Foxx is a blue popsicle. Paul Giamatti just screaming as the Rhino, and Dane DeHaan, who I actually kind of liked as Harry, and then they turned him into like a literal weird goblin thing. The crap about his parents that no one ever cared or asked about, they're not good. But the shining, gleaming light in here is Andrew Garfield and Emma Stone as Peter and Gwen. Their chemistry is amazing, which, I mean, they were together in real life, so it makes sense. And them two as those characters, I think, are really good. I do think Andrew Garfield's Peter gets a little too cool sometimes, and I think I totally blame that on the writing. I think Andrew Garfield could have easily, far away, been the best Spider-Man. I think he's the best actor of him, Tom Holland, and Tobey Maguire, but I just think the material he was given wasn't the best. But Mark Webb does know how to write a romance, and that's easily the best part of these 2 movies. And the scene towards the end of Amazing Spider-Man 2 with Gwen is shot like just panel for panel from the comic book, and is one of the best superhero movie scenes I've ever seen, despite the rest of the film not being very good. So yeah. Ambulance, Michael Bay, dumb, fun action film. I've only seen this once. Fun little story. I went with my sister and cousin to go see Top Gun Maverick, rewatch it in a drive-in, and it was like a double feature. It was Top Gun Maverick and that movie with Channing Tatum and Sandra Bullock, I think, like The Jungle something. I can't even remember what it was called. And then the screen was broken, so instead we got to see Jurassic World Dominion and Ambulance. I was like, okay, I'll watch the newest Jurassic World. I want to see that anyway. And then that movie was horrible, and Ambulance was fun. It's not anything spectacular, but it's dumb fun Michael Bay action that you'd expect. Jake Gyllenhaal giving a kind of over-the-top hammy performance in there, which fits Michael Bay's style, so It's a solid action movie. Had an itch. American Psycho, amazing satire film, making fun of the business bros stereotype and doing it to perfection. Christian Bale is one of my all-time favorite actors, and this is his best performance that I've seen from him. He fully takes on this role head on and is just completely wacky and zany and amazing in this movie. And for some reason, this movie is getting a remake, which is just absurd. I mean, it's literally just now 25 years old, and it's an iconic, classic, loved movie, and they're remaking it. It's ridiculous. They're casting Austin Butler, which I don't think is horrible casting, but I'd rather just see him do his own thing in a new Psycho movie. Why remake an amazing movie? American Sniper. I know there's some controversy about the real life dude. I can't even remember, Chris Kyle, and how the film portrayed him and stuff, but I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to talk about the movie, and it's a solid war film. Clint Eastwood and Bradley Cooper's performance is the highlight in here for sure. As one of the worst fake babies I've ever seen. It just really stuck with me after this movie. It's a scene Bradley Cooper's holding it. It's horrible. You'll notice it in a second if you really look for it. First Alex Garland film here with Annihilation. Solid sci-fi film here that could have been amazing. I think it was so close and it just missed the mark of being an all-time sci-fi film. Natalie Portman's really great in here. And I liked the concept, but again, I just think I don't know, it just felt like something was missing. It felt like they were almost there and they stopped at third base. They didn't quite make it back to home. But Natalie Portman's great in here, and it definitely is able to build tension. The scene with the weird mutated bear is a terrifying scene. Our first MCU films, maybe our first superhero films actually in general, I think. The Ant-Man trilogy. Easily the best of the trilogy. An underrated MCU movie in my opinion. It's not an epic, huge Avengers movie because it's not supposed to be. It's small scale. Ant-Man, Paul Rudd is great. It's funny, heist film, and I really like it. Then we do a significant drop-off in quality with Ant-Man and the Wasp. It's not horrible, especially with some of the shit we've been getting from the MCU recently, but it's not great either. It's just kind of there. They make Scott Lang really dumb for some reason. And then the worst of the bunch, Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, one of the worst MCU movies. And it's really sad now that this is Kang's last. It was already ridiculous that he got beat by ants, but now this is it. That was Kang. He's gone because of the Jonathan Majors stuff. So this movie's probably even worse now in retrospect, honestly. Some more superhero movies. I'm a completionist, so I have to own all the DCEU, and that's why I own these two movies. The first Aquaman is mediocre. There's some good action because James Wan and his wide camera angles, but Jason Momoa, I've never really loved him as that character. I know other people do. I like Jason Momoa, just not as Aquaman really. And then this movie is just absolute bore fest. I forgot everything about it 5 seconds after I finished it and haven't thought about it since. Pretty much that sums up that movie. On the complete opposite scale, or side of the spectrum or whatever, Arrival. This is a top 10 all-time movie for me. The poster for it's back there. It's really hard to point on something on when you're looking at a camera, but it's back there. I have more posters back there, but that's one of the ones you can actually see. This is a top 10 movie of all time for me. Denis Villeneuve is my favorite director of all time. We'll not be done raving about him after this. He will be throughout this video. Because this is even it's in my top 10 and it's not even my favorite movie from him. It's number 2 from him. Just shows how amazing of a director he is. I love this movie. I love the different approach to aliens coming to Earth. It's not sci-fi action, like taking over the planet, attacking, war type thing. It's all about language, communication, coming together. I think this is a much more accurate representation of what would actually happen in the real world if aliens were to come to our planet. Jeremy Renner and Forest Whitaker are both great, but for sure the standout here is Amy Adams. She probably gives one of my top 5 favorite performances of all time, and the fact that she wasn't even nominated for an Oscar just shows you how pointless the Oscars are. Because she is incredible in this movie, and the twist is beautiful that leads into our final monologue and everything. It gives me chills every time I watch it. The cinematography in this movie is incredible. The score is phenomenal. Maybe my favorite score for any movie ever. Johnson, what's his first name? It's like a... This disc is so dark I can't even read that. It's a JJ name. I can't remember his name, and I cannot read that. But an incredible movie. I absolutely love this film. Then we got the 2 Avatars. When you talk about overrated movies, I would say these come to mind, but I don't even know if you can call them overrated, to be honest, because I've never heard anyone talk about how much they love Avatar. They come out, they make $2 billion, and then no one ever talks about them ever again until the next one comes out. So yeah, the first one is a story we've seen a million times of a guy going to a more advanced race of people secretly for the U.S. government or some sort of government or whatever, and then falls in love with one of them. They find out that he's there just to spy, quote unquote, but no, he's changed and wants to actually help them, but they kick him out anyway, and then he comes in the final battle and helps them, leads them against the less developed people that want some resource or some land or whatever from them. It's been done to death. It's not unique. It's a fine film, but I'll never forgive it for stealing James Cameron away from the world. The guy that did Titanic, Terminator, and True Lies, and Aliens will now just be making movies about blue people until he dies. Now this film, I will say, is far better. I still not fully on the hype train, but this, I felt so much more invested. The characters focusing on the kids and everything, it felt like such a bigger world that could keep getting more movies and stuff. I bought into it way more after this one than I did after the first one, so I'm more excited about the future of Avatar after this movie, but I kind of just want James Cameron back. The 4 Avengers films here, the MCU, and when I say MCU, I really mean Infinity Saga, Iron Man to Endgame, not the recent shit for the most part. I guess Far From Home is technically part of the Infinity Saga, but it's really Iron Man to Endgame. Let's be serious here. Holds such a special place in my heart. There was like a 4-year run there, 3-4 years where I was right when the time that these films came out that I was just fully obsessed with the MCU. I rewatched the movies over and over again. I could quote them. I could tell you every character and thing. So this franchise will always be very special to me. And this is still my favorite MCU movie. I know that's not really a popular opinion anymore. A lot of people would put other things above this, but I think it has the best back and forth dialogue between characters. I think Josh Whedon is great at that. The quips and just the interactions between our characters, the OG 6 Avengers and Fury. I think Loki is the best villain in the MCU besides Thanos, and he's amazing in this movie. The final battle in New York, the helicarrier battle. I've seen this movie a million times. Maybe it's nostalgia, but this is still my favorite movie in the MCU. Age of Ultron, easily the weakest of the 4 Avengers films by a pretty good margin, but it's still fun. It's still a lot of fun. I like James Spader as Ultron. I know some people say he's too quippy, he's not the dark tone of the trailer, but Tony made him. It worked for the story. We get Wanda, Quicksilver, and Vision in there. It's still a lot of fun, and again, now in retrospect, I think more people are giving this movie respect because we've seen the shit the MCU can do with the last couple of years. And then these 2 gems. There will never be an event like this, maybe ever, but definitely not in my lifetime. What the MCU was able to do, say what you will about it now, what they were able to do and build up to these movies was like nothing had ever been done like this before, ever. It's been tried to be replicated by so many other different franchises, and they've all failed. These were events, and I don't think, again, nothing can ever top the anticipation and the hype that I lived through with these films, and I'll cherish those years, fan theories, watching the trailers the first day they dropped, picking them apart to death to find out what would happen. Amazing movies. I prefer Infinity War. I think it's the better film, one of top 3 MCU movie for me, along with Avengers and another one we'll talk about later. This is truly Thanos' story in many ways, but the Avengers get so many moments to shine as well. And Thor, this is probably Thor's best MCU film. And then Endgame, this film has more flaws. Fat Thor, the jokes, not all landed with that. And maybe there's some time travel issues and stuff, but who cares? Okay, when you get to that final epic hour with Cap picking up Mjolnir, Avengers Assemble, all your heroes coming out of the portals, charging, it's like I am Iron Man. It just doesn't matter. It's just amazing. It is an event of a film, and I love it. And that was our last of our A's. We're on to our B's now. Babylon. I might need to start talking faster so we're not here for till the end of time, because we just finished the A's and we've been going for 25 minutes already. But Babylon, Damien Chazelle, first Damien Chazelle film on here. My least favorite of his four. I know a lot of people really love this movie, but it was really chaotic and messy for me. Margot Robbie's probably the standout here, but everyone, the cast all does great. And there's definitely standout moments in there, like when Margot Robbie has to keep crying over and over again, or the scene they keep redoing in the studio when it gets really hot. The final 10 minutes, which don't make sense in the context of this movie because it's all about the dark side of Hollywood, and then we get a love letter to movies in the last 10 minutes. Didn't make sense, but it's really cool nonetheless. So it's a messy movie that's my least favorite of Chazelle's, but it's still good. 0.21 gigawatts, Great Scott, roads, where we're going, we don't need roads. Why don't you make like a leaf and get out of here? Did I say that wrong? Does it make like a tree and get out of here? I think I was just as stupid as Biff just then. Whatever. Back to the Future trilogy. Robert Zemeckis, Marty McFly, and Doc Ock, probably one of the most iconic duos of all time. The first film is an all-timer. Just iconic, great family, feel-good film. I'm on the camp that the trilogy as a whole doesn't hold up as other people say it does. A lot of people put this as an all-time trilogy. I personally wouldn't. I think the first movie is so far and away better than the next two. I think the first one is incredible, 5 out of 5 stars, amazing, and the next two just do not live up to that movie at all for me. The second one's still good, solid, Going to the Future, the Sports Almanac, there's a lot of fun there. I like the second one still, but the third one with the Wild West, but the first one's incredible. We can all agree on that. Barbie, the only Greta Gerwig movie that I've seen, and I really need to change that. I really want to see Little Women and Lady Bird. Lady Bird I really want to see. I've heard great things about that, because I don't think this is probably Greta Gerwig's best work. Again, it's the only one I've seen from her, but I have faith those other movies are better. Not to say that Barbie's bad, it isn't, but it's not amazing either. It's fun, and it has Barbenheimer was a huge event, fun event. I did the double feature, and Margot Robbie and Ryan Gosling are both absolutely amazing. I'm Just Ken, all that is hilarious, and it has a great, important message that it's getting out there. But on a story and structure level, it definitely didn't work, and some of the jokes didn't fully land for me, but still a solid Greta Gerwig movie. Alright, now we have like a million Batman movies. We've got the 89 Batman and the 3 from the 90s here. It's so trippy out. Everything's reversed in the camera. I'm going to have to get used to that. Which hopefully I will over the course of this will probably be insanely long video. Just gonna embrace it at this point, because I can't stop talking about these movies. I'm delaying it even further now. See? Anyway. These two are both really good, solid Batman films. I think they both have the issue of Batman, really, to be honest with you, in that they focus on the villain more, which isn't necessarily... I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing, but I don't think it helps these movies, because I've never been a huge Michael Keaton, Bruce Wayne fan. I think he's a great Batman, but his Bruce Wayne is... to me, and so Jack Nicholson definitely outshines him in this film. You Ever Dance with the Devil in the Pale Moonlight? And I almost just broke it. I'm in the camp that actually prefers Batman Returns. I know that's the minority opinion, But Michelle Pfeiffer in this movie is phenomenal. I don't think she's talked about enough when you talk about best comic book movie performances. I think she is 100% still in that conversation. She's incredible in here as Catwoman. And I do think this film does a better job as balancing with the Batman, and you get more Batman in this movie. I love the Christmassy Gotham feel to it. The biggest downside is Danny DeVito's Penguin. And I don't blame Danny DeVito. It's the route, it's the weird, wacky Tim Burton world. That's what it was supposed to be, but it's just really, really strange and creepy, and like too creepy. And now that you have Colin Farrell to compare him to, it looks ridiculous. You want to see my French flipper trick? His Penguin gave me nightmares as a kid. And I grew up on these 4 Batman films, so I loved these movies as a kid, but they're garbage now. The 2 Joel Schumacher films. This movie is not good. Val Kilmer is a fine Bruce Wayne, but a horrible Batman. Nicole Kidman just wants to sleep with a guy in latex, and Tommy Lee Jones and Jim Carrey are just trying to up each other's insanity throughout the movie, and neither of them are doing a good job as their actual characters, in my opinion. And then this film is somehow even worse. It's just a complete disaster. The fact that you have George Clooney in here as Bruce Wayne Batman and Uma Thurman as Poison Ivy, that sounds like perfect casting, and it's horrible. Like that should have been amazing, and it's so bad. And zany and weird, bat nipples, bat credit cards, bat skates. Alicia Silverstone got dragged into this as Batgirl somehow. Arnold is the best part of this film as Mr. Freeze, just because he knew what it was. Like, he knew that this was stupid and ridiculous, and he went full Arnold on it. Welcome to the Ice Age. Yeah, childhood nostalgia memories, but a horrible movie. Then we have the Robert Pattinson, Matt Reeves Batman here. Amazing. In my opinion, the best Batman film. To be clear, I like The Dark Knight better. As a movie, Dark Knight is like just outside my top 10. But you're talking strictly Batman movie, I think this is the best we've got. It goes full detective story. He is in the suit almost the entire runtime, which I love. I do want to see Pattinson more of his Wayne to get a more full circle Bruce Wayne Batman. But I love that he is in the suit almost the entire movie, and I don't want that to change for the sequel. That at this point will probably come out in like 2034 at this point, but hey. Matt Reeves seems to be the master of taking things like apes taking over the world or men dressing up like bats and grounding them and making them feel gritty and real. And you can say he does that with Cloverfield too, even with a monster movie that's more kind of real, not really gritty, but same sort of approach. And the supporting cast in here is amazing. Jeffrey Wright, Andy Serkis, Paul Dano, Zoe Kravitz, set close. Not up close. Michelle Pfeiffer's for sure still the best Catwoman, but she's great in here as Catwoman. And Colin Farrell, honestly, he stole his scenes in this movie, but now with his show that came out this year, it was my favorite show of the year. I can confidently say he is top 10, maybe even top 5 best comic book performances of all time. He is phenomenal as the Penguin. Yeah, I'm going to say top 5. I'm going to put him up there. His show was amazing, and he's a phenomenal character. But yeah, great, true detective story, Batman. And we still have more Batman to talk about. We ain't done yet. Got a lot of animated movies here. These animated movies are usually like, just remakes of comic books pretty much, which they're good for that. Dark Knight Rises Part 1 and 2 in here. Really good Frank Miller comic book turned into a really good animated movie. Batman Hush. This kind of one actually does take some leniencies, and it's probably one of my least favorite of the Batman animated movies I've seen. Batman The Long Halloween Part 1 and 2. See the turn of Harvey Dent. They're solid Batman animated movies. This is definitely I was about to say favorite, but it's actually second, because I forgot about Mask of the Phantasm, which we'll talk about way later when we get to my small amount of shows that I have. But this is my second favorite behind that Batman animated movie. Just a great comic turned into an amazing cartoon here. And Jensen Ackles is Red Hood in this. Jason Todd, Red Hood. And he does a great job. And Bruce Greenwood, I believe, is Batman. Yes, he is. And he does great as well. Whoa, I almost just chucked that off the pile. Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, a very mixed bag of a movie for me. Has really high highs. I think Ben Affleck is a great Batman, and I will defend him forever. And I would love to see his directed Batman film, but I'm also glad we got the Matt Reeves one. So I think Henry Cavill's great as Superman, even though maybe he does go too dark and brooding in this movie. But then you have the weird-ass Jesse Eisenberg Lex Luthor that I just don't know what he was doing. You have the trash panda doomsday thing. It's over-bloated, overstuffed, and I don't care how long... I just got a text. I don't care how long someone tries to convince me about the Martha scene, that it's had some deeper meaning or whatever. It's ridiculous and stupid that Batman would stop everything he was doing because their moms had the same name. It's stupid. It's bad writing. Zack Snyder has some of the most annoying fans on the planet. I think that's pretty widely known. Like people that worship him like they're members of a cult and that he can do no wrong. So come on, Snyder fans, attack me. I don't care. Next up, we got another twofer of an animated and live-action Disney film. Same scenario as Aladdin. Beauty and the Beast, one I grew up with. It's one of my all-time favorites. My favorite princess movie, A Tale as Old as Time. Great animated movie. A little different here than Aladdin, though, in the sense that I do think this is the best live-action movie, and this is probably the only one I have revisited since theaters, because, again, I'm always just going to pick the animated one, and although the animated one is still far superior to the live-action one, I have actually watched this a couple times since theaters. I think it's for sure the best one. I think Emma Watson is great as Belle, and Dan Stevens as Beast, and you got even Ian McKellen and Ewan McGregor in there as Lumiere and Cogsworth. So yeah, this is a funner. I don't think that's a word. This is a fun live action one that is easily my least favorite of the bunch, of the ones I've seen at least. We have the two Beetlejuice films here. I just watched this one to then go see this one in theaters earlier. It's not earlier this year anymore. It's 2025 now. Last year. In 2024. They're both wacky, zany Tim Burton movies. Michael Keaton is great as that character, and he's brought out in these movies in small doses, and he works beautifully in them. Just wacky Tim Burton movies, what you'd expect from him. I think Jenna Ortega was a good addition to the sequel. She's been typecast apparently as a moody, like, gothic teenage girl in weird ass movies. So I just saw a trailer for the A24 movie, the I killed a unicorn or whatever, and she's in that as a what seems like a kind of gothic, edgy teenage girl. So the Before trilogy, Criterion Collection here of the Richard Linklater trilogy with Ethan Hawke and Julie Delpy. You got Before, I'm just going to take these out, it's just simpler. You got Before Sunrise, Before Sunset, and Before Midnight. This is one of my favorite trilogies of all time. It's beautiful. Sunset is like an all-time movie for me. And I mean, so the other two are both amazing as well. I would put Sunrise would be second. Midnight's easily the weakest because it kind of veers from the format of these films, but it's still amazing. But these movies are literally just Ethan Hawke and Julie Delpy walking around a city, going from place to place, sitting, walking, and just talking the entire films, and they keep you completely captivated. Richard Linklater's writing combined with Ethan Hawke and Julie Delpy's chemistry just makes for, again, an incredible love story trilogy here that I just absolutely adore these movies so much. And Before Sunset has one of my favorite endings to any movie ever, I would say. Next up, we have some big movies here that all start with the word big. They're not literally big. Big Hero 6, kind of Disney's failed attempt at a Pixar movie. I'm not as big in this movie as other people are. Pun intended. Baymax is obviously a cute, lovable character, but besides that, it's kind of just there. The Big Lebowski, a great Coen Brothers comedy, funny movie. Jeff Bridges as the dude. John Goodman is probably the standout in this movie. A lot of funny moments. Not my favorite Coen Brothers, but that's just like your opinion, dude. So that's a quote. Just so you know, just so you don't think I'm like a really weird person for what I just said. The Big Short. This movie was really underwhelming for me personally. It has literally 3 of my favorite actors like of all time. Christian Bale, Ryan Gosling, and Brad Pitt are all like top 5, top 8 actors ever, and Steve Carell is great as well. And this movie did not captivate me. I felt bored and like I don't know. It had some standout moments, but it did not work for me. It was too smart, and it didn't dumb it down enough for it to make sense. And I blame the movie, not me, because we have movies like The Social Network and Oppenheimer out there that I fully digest and can fully comprehend. So a movie about the stock market should be able to do that too. And Ryan Gosling has got some really great funny moments in there. His comedic timing is amazing. We got a couple DCEU movies here that I own because, again, I'm a completionist. Birds of Prey is mediocre. Margot Robbie's amazing as Harley Quinn, but besides that, it kind of just exists. And then Black Adam. This movie buried Dwayne Johnson even further than he already was in my mind. I've always found him to be so overrated. I don't know why he's still in movies. He can't act. And this was like supposed to be his magnum opus he'd been building for so long, and it was so generic and bland, and he got outshined by Pierce Brosnan as Dr. Fate in his own movie. Heck, I even liked Hawkman better than him. Just put him with Kevin Hart and he's funny. Besides that, keep him out. Got 2 MCU films here, the 2 Black Panthers. First one's just outside like my top 10, if not probably low top 10 actually. MCU. It's one of my favorite MCU films. Great film. Chadwick Boseman obviously incredible as this character. Killmonger is the 3rd best MCU villain besides Loki and Thanos, I would say. And the supporting cast in general is just incredible in this film. Lupita Nyong'o, Winston Duke, Letitia Wright, Danny Garcia, Angela Bassett, Forrest Whitaker, Andy Serkis. Like I said, Michael B. Jordan. Just an amazing cast. And then you have Wakanda Forever. This is one of the better post-Endgame MCU films to me. Very emotional movie for obvious reasons. This film was, it was just, Ryan Coogler had such a hard task here, and I think he did it really well and respectfully with the passing of Chadwick Boseman and everything. So, and Namor was a good villain as well, so this was a really solid post-Endgame MCU film. Not one of my favorite MCU movies, but it was really good still. Black Phone, a solid little thriller film here that I've only seen once. I don't have too much to say about it, to be honest. Ethan Hawke was good from what I can remember. Black Swan, this is an amazing Darren Aronofsky movie, all about dedication to a craft, which I really like those movies, apparently, because you have Whiplash up there that I absolutely adore. We'll talk about much later. And this film, and obviously Darren Aronofsky puts his weird-ass twist on it and makes it almost a horror movie in some ways, but it's amazing. Natalie Portman 100% deserved the Oscar for this film. She's incredible in it. It's the best performance I've personally seen from her. Just an amazing movie. Darren Aronofsky, I've only seen 2 of his films, and I absolutely have loved both. I've heard not so great things about some of his other movies that I haven't seen, so we'll see what I say about him overall once I see more of his filmography. And then for not our last B, but our last movie of this shelf, Black Widow, fine MCU film. Florence Pugh as Yelena was the highlight. It's good when it's a family like spy thriller, but then in the end it turns absolutely ridiculous CGI running on falling buildings. So, and that's the end of the first shelf, so I'm going to put those back on there, grab the next shelf, and I'll be back here in a second for you. So, I know for you guys it's been literally like just a second. Catch you up on a few things. Got a Diet Coke in the little mid-break. This is going to be a long video. I'd suggest you get a drink too. The first shelf is back. We got the second shelf over here. If you notice, a dragon from Game of Thrones that used to be there is missing. You're not seeing things. It fell while I was putting Blu-rays back on the shelf, and I'm too lazy to put it back up there right now, so I just set it off to the side. And lastly, that first shelf took us about 45 minutes, so we're going to try and beat that while also not like talking like, oh, so absurdly fast you can't understand what I'm saying, because I do tend to, when I ramble, start to talk really fast, so I'm going to hope to try and avoid that. Those are our goals for this next shelf. We're probably going to fail all of them, but we're going to we're gonna say they exist anyway. And if the camera angle slightly shifts between each self, it's because I'm literally just recording this on my computer. It's my first ever video. Cut me some slack, roll with the punches. Let them. Hopefully it isn't too jarring. But and we're just gonna continue with the B's. We have 2 Blade Runner films here. Blade Runner: The Final Cut. Ridley Scott likes to make 12 cuts of every movie he does. This is apparently the final one for Blade Runner, supposedly. This film, excuse me, it's the Dr. Pepper. It's not one that I'm huge on. I understand its impact on film. It's solid sci-fi film, but definitely not my favorite Ridley Scott movie. This film, on the other hand, is absolutely incredible. I think this is one of the best sequels, superior to originals, best legacy sequels, all of that jazz. This is just outside my top 10 movies of all time. I'm going to silence my phone so that stops happening. I don't know if you can hear that. I would assume you can, but I'm just making it stop now. Denis Villeneuve is, like I said earlier, my favorite director of all time. We're going to continue to rave about him. This is one of my favorite movies of all time. Ryan Gosling's incredible. Harrison Ford's incredible. In his not that big amount of screen time. Roger Deakins, my favorite cinematographer. This is one of the most beautiful looking movies I've ever seen. In fact, this is one of the few movies that when early 2024, I upgraded my TV and player to 4K for both of them. And I was like, I'm not updating all my Blu-rays. I do not care enough to do that. But there's some that I am. This was one of them. And it's because it's one of the best looking movies ever. I needed to see it in all its 4K glory. And yeah, I absolutely love this movie. Moving on. I feel like I want to say more because it's one of my all-time favorites, but my mind just went blank. So, the Bourne collection here, the original trilogy of Identity, Supremacy, and Ultimatum. Then you have the Bourne Legacy with Jeremy Renner and Jason Bourne. The first 3 are solid, great action spy films. Matt Damon is one of the top 10 actor for me. He just oozes charisma and you just root for him immediately. He's great as this lead character. It's such a great concept for a film series. The Bourne Legacy with Jeremy Renner is fine, and then Jason Bourne is easily the weakest of the films, even though Matt Damon returned for it, but it was just generic and boring. Next up, we have the steelbook for Bridge on the River Kwai here. It's the first steelbook, I think, that we're talking about. I love steelbooks. They're beautiful. And this is a great, iconic, one of the most iconic movies of all time, probably. Just a great movie. Alec Guinness in there. And yeah, epic adventure classic. And it holds up to that. Brokeback Mountain. Jake Gyllenhaal. I didn't say it earlier when we were talking about Ambulance, but I will say it now. He's top 5 actor all time for me. I love Jake Gyllenhaal, and Heath Ledger is incredible. And we lost him way too soon. I think he was at the peak of his career with things like this and The Dark Knight. And I wish we got to see where that would have went. But yeah, this is a great film. Did this win? No, it didn't. It did not win Best Picture. Was it even nominated? I don't know. But it's a great movie. I'm starting to lose it, and we're only in the B's. That's not a good sign. Let's take a drink of Dr. Pepper and try and get my brain cells flowing again. Bullet Train. This is a really fun film from a few years ago. Action-packed. Lemon and Tangerine, I think. Aaron Taylor Johnson and Brian Tyree Henry. Yeah, Brian Tyree Henry. Yeah, and Aaron Taylor Johnson. Lemon and Tangerine, something along those lines. They were the standout, great duo in there, and just a wacky but really fun action comedy type movie that takes place all on the bullet train. Call Me by Your Name, Luca. However you say his last name, Luca Guadagnino, we're going to go with that, who just did Challengers last year, a film that I absolutely love that we'll be talking about shortly because it's also a C. But this is a great film. Timothée Chalamet, amazing performance, one of the best up-and-coming stars. You can't even really call him up-and-coming already. He's with like the A-list now, being nominated for A Complete Unknown now, so yeah, he's amazing. Armie Hammer, I don't know what's going on with him in real life, but he's good in this movie. Really touching love story. Then you have the Captain America trilogy, the best MCU trilogy in my opinion. The Avengers is not a trilogy, it's 4 movies, just to note that. First Avenger is a great origin story in here. Chris Evans is born to play this role. He's perfect, and I think it's an underrated MCU film. And then this is my second favorite MCU movie of all time, behind Avengers, the Russo brothers' intro to the MCU spy espionage film. It's perfect. It's great. The action with the highway fight, the opening, the elevator, and then just the whole feel and vibe to the film. Robert Redford as Alexander Pierce is a great villain. Obviously, the Winter Soldier in there. Sam Jackson's best performance is Nick Fury. Scarlett Johansson in there is great as Black Widow. And we get into the introduction of Anthony Mackie as Falcon. I adore this film. Civil War, or Avengers 2.5, as it was referred to when it first came out. Another top-tier MCU film with the true conflict there. The airport scene is any nerdy kid like me's dream come true on the big screen. It was huge prior to when we got Infinity War and Endgame. The introduction of Tom Holland and Chadwick Boseman as Black Panther and Spider-Man, who are both great, and the final fight is heart-wrenching and great between Buck, Cap, and Tony. And it's a movie that really does have big consequences because the Avengers weren't together for Infinity War, and you could argue that's a reason why they lost. Another Captain movie, not nearly as good as the last 3 we just talked about, Captain Marvel. It's bottom tier MCU. It's not bad. Brie Larson's a great actress. I really need to see Room with her that I've heard she's amazing in, but there's just something about the way they chose to portray this character that she just comes off so standoffish and is my least favorite of the protagonists in the MCU. The standouts here are Sam Jackson and Ben Mendelsohn as Talos and Fury. And it's got some 80s fun in there, but it's bottom tier MCU. It's not bad though. And I don't own the Marvels yet. That's actually an MCU film I still need to get. I'm in no rush, but I'm sure I'll own it one day. Casablanca. Or is it Casablanca? Casablanca? Anyway, Humphrey Bogart and Ingrid Bergman are iconic as these 2 leads and amazing. It's the ultimate right people, wrong place, right time, right people, wrong time. You know what I'm trying to say. And it's an absolute classic, iconic film. When I watched it the first time, I was like, can it really live up to its heights? And it did in every way. It's amazing movie. Here's looking at you, kid. Challengers. There it is. Of the films I've seen, there's still a lot of movies I need to see. Actually, I have The Substance it's on its way to my house currently. I pre-ordered it. It's finally supposed to arrive on January 28th. Really want to see that movie. Heard amazing things. But anyway, of the movies I've seen in 2024, this is my second favorite behind Dune Part 2. An amazing film about this toxic love triangle. Zendaya is incredible. And Josh O'Connor and Mike Feist, who this is the first thing I've ever seen either of them in. I think they both knock it out of the park. This film is not getting the love it deserves at the awards. It should be getting nominated way more. The score is amazing, which it did win the Golden Globe for that. I love that song, just gets you pumped up. And then the performances are great. The tennis, the way they shot the tennis scenes, especially the final one, are incredible. I love the ending. I love a good ambiguous ending. Like I said with Before Sunset and other ones, if it's done right, it can be a really great ending. If it leaves you unsatisfied, it's not. But this film did not leave me unsatisfied. Great movie from last year. Then we've got the original Christmas Specials collection. I bought this for the 3 on the front here, Rudolph, Frosty, and Santa Claus is Coming to Town 3 we watched a lot on Christmas Eve and stuff as a kid that I wanted to own. But then it also has The Little Drummer Boy and Cricket on the Hearth, which I watched because, again, I'm a crazy person and have to watch everything I own. So I watched both of them on Christmas, around Christmas time one time, and I'll never watch either of them ever again in my life. But the other 3 are nice to own. Classics. Then we've got Civil War, another great movie from 2024. Alex Garland, again, another Alex Garland film as well. I like Annihilation, but this is much better than Annihilation in my opinion. I really loved this movie. Kirsten Dunst. Okay. I don't even want to... I said Kirsten Dunst, and I don't know why, but sometimes I get her and Kristen Stewart's names mixed up, even though they're absolutely nothing alike. So I just wanted to double-check myself. And I was right, so I shouldn't have double-checked myself. I should have just known that I was right. But anyway. Great movie in here. And the young... Kaylee Spaney, who is also in... Alien Romulus that I've yet to see, and she's really great in this film. And yeah, great futuristic look on and through photojournalism, and some really great shots in there, really. And the Jesse Plemons scene in this movie is one of my favorite scenes from any movie last year. He's phenomenal in that one scene that he is in. He really stood out a lot and is terrifying. Clockwork Orange, another next Stanley Kubrick film. I like this one even less than 2001: A Space Odyssey. This film is just bizarre. The first hour, it feels like nothing's even... I know people love this movie, so this is like a hate crime. But the first hour, it felt like nothing was even happening, and it was just absurd shit for the sense of having absurd shit in a movie. And then it finally started to have a plot, and by that point, I just didn't care anymore. The lead guy, Malcolm McDowell, or... how you say it? Yeah, Malcolm McDowell. Yeah, he's. I mean, he gives a great performance in there, and again, Kubrick's a master. But it's just not for me in any way, shape, or form. Cloverfield. We talked about 10 Cloverfield Lane earlier, which I prefer to this movie, but this is still a solid monster movie, found footage film in here. Yeah, it's a solid, and it's Matt Reeves as well. Sorry. Anyway, Cocaine Bear. Next. This movie is absolutely ridiculous and stupid, but it's a movie you can laugh at. I watched it with my parents and sister, and we had a good time laughing at how dumb it was. So, and that's its purpose. I mean, this isn't meant to be some serious movie. So for that, it's fun. It's fun and dumb. And it's Ray Liotta's last movie, I think, which is just crazy when you think about that. But next up, Collateral. Amazing Michael Mann movie. An underrated one, I think. Tom Cruise, one of his best performances as he goes against type and plays the villain, and he does a great job. Jamie Foxx is really great in here as well. And yeah, really tense. And a great concept, just in general, and I love Michael Mann. Not my favorite Michael Mann movie. We'll talk about that one later. But come and see Criterion Collection. This is a hard movie to even talk about or review. Honestly, this is the most brutal, disturbing movie I've ever seen in my entire life. The way that it portrays war is, I mean, it puts all other war movies, some of which I love and I think do a great job, it puts them all to shame. It's just brutal, and it's incredible, but it is brutal and not a movie you're going to go back to and rewatch very often. But a movie you definitely need to see once in your life at least. Cornetto Trilogy. What a transition. What a difference there. Um, but anyway, yeah, if you're wondering why the hell these movies are in the C, it's because it's all three of them, so I put them in the Cornetto trilogy since that's what they've been named. The Edgar Wright trilogy with Simon Pegg and Nick Frost, Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz, and The World's End. So Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz are two of my all-time favorite comedies. Shaun of the Dead probably is my favorite comedy of all time. Just hilarious British humor, done to perfection. And World's End is solid. It's just not on the level of these first two. I actually think Hot Fuzz might be the funniest of the three, but Shaun of the Dead is the better movie overall, in my opinion. But yeah, great trilogy that makes me laugh every time I watch them. You got some red on you. Crazy Stupid Love. Another really great comedy in here. Steve Carell, Ryan Gosling, Julianne Moore, Emma Stone, all do great, amazing jobs in here. And this movie is able to have some really like heartfelt moments in there, and also make you completely laugh. Ryan Gosling and Emma Stone have some of the best chemistry of any actors ever. They've done like 3 movies together now. Yeah, so a really fun movie. Next up, we have the Creed trilogy. I am in the minority of liking these films as a whole, not like literally all of them, but I like the first. There's a simpler way to say what I'm trying to say. I like the first Creed better than the first Rocky. I know that's crazy. I might even like Creed 2 better than the first Rocky. I definitely don't like Creed 3 better than the first Rocky, which tells you everything you need to know pretty much. The first two are both great, I think. I think Michael B. Jordan takes on this franchise perfectly well, and Sylvester Stallone's amazing there. You bring Drago's back, and the second one is great, and the third one is easily the weakest, but it still is good, and it's Michael B. Jordan's first directed movie, I think. Not sure. I think it is, but I don't know. Because Ryan Coogler did the first one, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, Ryan Coogler did the first one. Yes, Michael B. Jordan did do the third one. I think it was his first movie. But anyway. The Dark Knight trilogy. We weren't done with Batman yet. And this is the best superhero trilogy of all time. Christopher Nolan, masterclass. He's my this is the first Christopher Nolan movie we're talking about. He's my second favorite director behind Denis Villeneuve, and they're close, but he is second for me. The Dark Knight is the best of the three, obviously. Heath Ledger is phenomenal. Top 5 performance all time for me. Does he outshine Batman? Yes, but Christian Bale is still incredible as Batman in that film. And this trilogy, just the supporting cast in general, the villains, Tom Hardy as Bane is underappreciated. Cillian Murphy is great as Scarecrow. Liam Neeson as Ra's al Ghul. Gary Oldman is phenomenal as Commissioner Gordon. Morgan Freeman as Lucius Fox. It's just a perfect cast. I'm in the minority of liking Dark Knight Rises better than Batman Begins, but all 3 of them are great superhero movies. And The Dark Knight, again, is just phenomenal crime drama. The opening to The Dark Knight with the bank heist is one of the best openings to any movie ever, and you can feel the Heat, which is another movie I absolutely love, the inspiration into that. And you put Batman and Heat and combine it, you get a movie that's right outside my top 10 of all time. And if you were to ask me when I was younger, I probably would have told you The Dark Knight was my second favorite movie of all time. That's changed now over the years. I would have said Empire and then The Dark Knight. Empire stayed there. Dark Knight has dropped a bit, but it's still like number 11 or 12. I have a top 100 list on Letterboxd, so you should go in the description after you finish this video. Go down there, check out that list, and you'll see. I think it's number 11 on there. Next up, we've got the Deadpool films, the first 2. And I've never seen Once Upon a Deadpool, the PG-13 version of Deadpool 2, so I don't own it, and I guess I'll own it at some point probably, but I'm not in a rush particularly because I have the original version. Yeah, the first Deadpool is great. Subversion of the superhero genre. It was fresh, new, comedic. Ryan Reynolds was born to play this character. The second one, Josh Brolin's a great addition in there as Cable. It's a little overbloated, but it's solid. And then the best of the 3, Deadpool and Wolverine. Is the story lackluster and almost non-existent in some ways. Yes, 100%. But who cares? Like, why did anyone go to see this movie for some compelling story? No, I went to see Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds kill it as these characters because they were born to play them, and bounce jokes off each other, fight, and it did all of that to perfection. This movie was a love letter to Fox Marvel movies, which I grew up on the OG X-Men's, the OG Fantastic Fours, so that was great to see. The cameos all worked for me. I loved this movie. It was an absolute blast, and it was everything I wanted it to be. It was a lot of fun. And Hugh Jackman actually does give a really amazing performance in that movie. Like the car scene and stuff, he does a really great job. A Steelbook. Now this is The Departed is another movie that I upgraded to 4K. More so though, to be honest, it was just because they were releasing the Steelbook for like $20, so I really wanted it because this is a top 10 all-time movie for me. You can't see it back there, but it is up there. It's just not in the video. It's out of range. But I do have the poster for it. Yeah, this is a top 10 movie of all time for me. Martin Scorsese's best. Jack Nicholson is freaking phenomenal. The fact that Mark Wahlberg is great in this movie, do not get me wrong, but the fact that he is the only person that was nominated for this movie is fucking absurd. Jack Nicholson, Leonardo DiCaprio, and Matt Damon are all incredible in this movie. Jack Nicholson gives maybe his best performance ever, and he's one of the greats. Leonardo DiCaprio, maybe his best performance, and he's one of the greats. And Matt Damon is phenomenal as well. So just the way it's able to build tension and the entire premise of the mole and the rat and all that, it's just, I absolutely adore and love this film. And yeah, favorite Scorsese film, top 10 all time. Dirty Dancing, an iconic classic movie. I've only seen this once and it's been a hot minute, but an iconic film. Nobody puts Baby in the corner. Django Unchained, our first Quentin Tarantino movie on here. This is my second favorite Tarantino film. Amazing Western revenge film. DiCaprio, another one of his best performances in here, playing against type as the villain, and he kills it in here as Candy. Christoph Waltz, phenomenal in here, won his Oscar, rightfully so. When you pair him with Tarantino, you're going to get an amazing performance in both Inglourious Bastards and this. And Jamie Foxx is great in there as well. Sam Jackson, underrated in this movie. I feel like Samuel L. Jackson is a guy that has gotten so used to kind of just playing himself and playing his own archetype up, and you kind of just expect what you're going to get from him. But he completely disappears in this role, and it really reminds you of how amazing of an actor he really is. And so, yeah, just a great Tarantino film. And the stuff with Jonah Hill and all that, and the white mask, if you've seen the movie, you know what I'm talking about. It's hilarious. It gets me every time. Quentin Tarantino's really good at being able to put some comedy into movies about really dark subject matter. And we have a Doctor Strange 2-pack here. Fun fact about this, I owned the first Doctor Strange, bought this thinking it was just Multiverse of Madness, then found out it was both of them and was like, well, okay. So got rid of, I think I gave it to my dad or put it in the basement or something, the original Doctor Strange I had. First one, solid, definitely formulaic to the MCU, but Benedict Cumberbatch is great as his character. Multiverse of Madness is a really mixed bag for me. When it's a Sam Raimi horror movie, it's so good, and I think Elizabeth Olsen does amazing as Wanda, even if her turn is really drastic and quick. I won't blame that fully on the movie. You can blame that a little bit on WandaVision and this movie both. But it's a mess, really, and the cameos, unlike Deadpool and Wolverine, definitely don't work in that movie. They feel forced and wasted. Dredd, a great comic book film, not talked about enough. The use of the slow motion and everything in here is great, and Carl Urban is amazing as Dredd. Billy Butcher, one of my favorite TV shows is The Boys. You get to see him in there as Dredd, and he does a great job. Great, also a beautiful steelbook here as well. Drive, a Ryan Gosling film. Solid movie. It's not anything spectacular for me. I know some people really love this movie. I'm not on that board, but I absolutely love Ryan Gosling, and he does great in this film. And you got some good chase type scenes in there, but it's nothing spectacular for me, but solid movie. Criterion Collection of Doctor Strangelove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb. When I talked about Stanley Kubrick at the beginning, said I'd seen 4 of his movies. I loved one of them. This is the one I loved. I went into this was the most recent of his 4 I'd seen, so I kind of went into it just going, here we go again. And I was pleasantly surprised. It's a satire war film, and it made me laugh out loud. It's a great movie with great performances, and is definitely one I will revisit, which is not something I can say about any of his other 3 films I have seen. So yeah, really pleasant surprise that I thoroughly enjoyed. Back to Denis Villeneuve with the 2 Dune films. The first one, still trippy. The first one is a great introduction to this world, had a lot to do. Does it suffer from being kind of like a prologue, being very expedition heavy? Yes, but it's still an epic sci-fi film. And then this is my favorite movie of last year, and top 30 all-time film for me. Just a phenomenal continuation. It made this movie way better, actually, because it was able to pay off on everything that movie had set up. And Paul Atreides is one of the best characters we've gotten in recent memory. This idea of the hero's journey with a twist, because it's all fake, it's all bullshit, it's all made up prophecy, and when he fully embraces it and goes full on, it's just Timothée Chalamet is amazing in this movie. The whole cast is amazing. This is a stacked cast. Timothée Chalamet, Zendaya, Javier Bardem, Josh Brolin, Dave Bautista, Florence Pugh, Christopher Walken, Stellan Skarsgård. Austin Butler is amazing and as a psycho in this movie, which is why I think he could do a good psycho. Was mainly because of looking at this film. But yeah, just beautiful shot film. It's the same guy that shot The Batman, which is also another beautiful movie. What is his name? Greg Fraser. And yeah, it's beautiful. I said Arrival might be my favorite score. This is probably its biggest competition. It's probably between this and Arrival. Yeah, just an epic continuation. I can't wait to see what we get with Dune Messiah and where they continue with this story, because I just loved this movie. Dungeons and Dragons, a fun little pleasant surprise, to be honest. Chris Pine, great, charismatic, probably the best actor of the Chris's, just a really fun, enjoyable movie. Not one I've seen since theaters, to be honest, but I will check it out again, because it was, I remember it being a lot of fun, and I won't throw it when I do eventually watch it. Dunkirk, Christopher Nolan, probably one of his weaker movies, but when I say it's one of Christopher Nolan's weaker movies, it's still a great movie. I like how this is a different take on war. It's not about fighting, it's about saving people. And I like all 3 of the different stories. I will say where this movie suffers is a protagonist. I don't feel like I'm fully invested in any of the characters. Not every movie needs a full-blown protagonist, but like this movie, I just didn't care about anyone, to be honest. And that's kind of bad when your movie's all about saving people. Not harsh to say I didn't care about anyone, but I wasn't invested in any of the characters, so that's definitely this movie's biggest flaw. And to be honest with you, the beach stuff was probably my least favorite, which is what they focused on the most. I kind of like the Tom Hardy plane stuff and the Cillian Murphy boat stuff, both better, to be honest with you. But the beach stuff was still good. The Edge of 17... Oh, wait. I've completely forgotten to announce when we go to the next letter. We obviously finished the B's, went on to the C's, finished the C's, went on to the D's, and we've now finished the D's. I'll hopefully try to be better at that. Now we're on to the E's. The Edge of 17. This is a great coming-to-age movie. I absolutely love this film. I think it's underrated. Haley Steinfeld is incredible in this movie. and Woody Harrelson's really great as well, and just it's a really relatable movie for me, not in the family aspect of it, not in that part, but in the awkward high school years up part of it. It's very much so. And yeah, Haley Steinfeld is great in this movie, and it's funny, feel good, not really feel good, but it's got the emotion in there. Yeah, I really love that movie. We've got a Leaning Tower of Pisa over here. Edge of Tomorrow, another amazing film that starts with the word edge. Tom Cruise and Emily Blunt, sci-fi action film here. The Groundhog Day twist put into that genre, it done great. Same guy, I believe it's the same. Doug Liman. I think it's the same guy that did Rogue One. If I'm completely wrong about that, sorry, but I think it is. But yeah, a great movie. I love Tom Cruise and Emily Blunt, two of my favorite actors. And they great together in this film. Elvis, a film that's really pretty much held, or there's movies that are just like the lead performance just completely. I can't think of the word I'm trying to look for. This movie wouldn't really be anything without Austin Butler, is really what I'm trying to say. It's kind of it's a fine biopic film, but Austin Butler as Elvis is what pretty much holds this movie up. He's amazing as Elvis, and Tom Hanks is really good in there as well, but definitely that lead performance is the shining star for sure. Enemy, my least favorite Denis Villeneuve film, but like I said with Dunkirk, when you're talking about a least favorite movie from a director on that caliber of Denis Villeneuve or Christopher Nolan, it's still pretty damn good, and this movie's still pretty damn good. Jake Gyllenhaal is amazing in here as both versions of himself, and I really love the concept of this film, but I just don't think it was executed. I think I don't know what exactly Denis Villeneuve was trying to do with the tarantulas and weird shit, but it just didn't fully work for me or click with me, and I feel like we strayed too far from what this movie should have been about, so it doesn't fully work with me. It's my least favorite of his movies, but it's still really good, and Jake Gyllenhaal's amazing in it. Eternals, for completely forgettable MCU film. It did try something different, which I'll give it credit for, but like, it's crazy they introduced all these characters, this huge world-changing stuff, and this will probably never be referenced again in the MCU. It just shows you how much of a disaster the franchise has turned into. They were Iron Man to Endgame, it was so perfectly thought out, planned. They knew every step 10 steps before it was going to happen, and now we're introducing 20 characters that we'll probably never see again in the franchise. It's just completely lost itself. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, an amazing rom-com? I don't know if that's the right word. Drama rom-com. But Jim Carrey and Kate Winslet are both amazing in here, and Kirsten Dunst, Mark Ruffalo, honestly the whole cast is really good. And yeah, really touching movie that really leaves you contemplating relationships and stuff, I guess. But yeah, amazing film. Charlie Kaufman, that's the director. I was trying to think of him. He's done a few other movies that I'm blanking on right now. No, it wasn't directed by Charlie. It was written by Charlie Kaufman. That's what I'm thinking of. He directed New York, Syndicate New York or whatever, or yeah, that with yeah. I'm going off on a tangent. I don't know why we're talking about other movies, but Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind is a great film, which is just a great concept. Then we have this beautiful steelbook for E.T., a classic Steven Spielberg film, the ultimate like family, movie in here. E.T., Phone Home, just a great iconic childhood movie. I remember one time I had strep throat and had to stay home from school for like a week. Not a week, that might be an exaggeration, but I had really, really bad strep throat, and for some reason they just played E.T. and Wonder Woman over and over again on the TV, so I watched them both like 12 times in like 3 days. Moving right along. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Great, unique multiversal movie. Now, I do find this movie to be overrated. But very important, overrated doesn't mean bad. A lot of people, when they hear the word overrated, they immediately like jump on and think you're trashing the movie. No, this is a great movie. I just don't fully get the absolute love, like best movie of 2022, all that jazz that it got, and all the awards and everything. But still, I did surely thoroughly enjoy it. Now onto an underrated movie, Ex Machina. This movie is amazing. My second favorite A24 movie behind After Sun. I absolutely love this film. It's top 20 all-timer for me, and is becoming more and more relevant and more scary as time goes on, with AI and everything. But Oscar Isaac and Domhnall Gleeson are both great in here, but Alicia Vikander gives the performance of her career so far, at least in this. She is amazing in this movie and so believable as this AI robot, and real dark ending to it. And yeah, and another movie that takes place in one location pretty much the whole time. So yeah, I really love Ex Machina. Fall Guy, one of the biggest disappointments for me last year. I absolutely love Ryan Gosling and Emily Blunt, and it's directed by the guy that did David Leitch, who did Bullet Train, and it's a homage to stunt doubles. He was Brad Pitt's stunt double back in like the Fight Club days. And it's a romantic comedy. I was just so excited for this film, and it just didn't deliver. For me, some of the, not all the jokes landed, some of them did. The plot was just not there at all for me, and these two were not, it was advertised as I was expecting like almost a Nice Guys scenario here with Ryan Gosling and Emily Blunt, and that would have been amazing, and we just did not get that at all. They're actually barely even together on screen in this film, so yeah, it was definitely a disappointment. It's not bad, but it was a big disappointment. Fantastic Four and Fantastic Four Rise of the Silver Surfer. If anyone ever asked me what are the top, what's your biggest, the movie you will defend the most, the film that you love that other people don't, I'm saying the Star Wars prequels and these two movies. Particularly the first one, Rise of Silver Surfer, it's like an hour and 20 minutes and it's doing 7 different plot lines, and Galacticus is a cloud. There's definitely more issues. But the first one is one of my all-time favorite superhero movies, and that'll never change. Maybe it's nostalgic blinders. I don't know. I don't care. I love it. I've seen it a million times. I think the cast in these movies are perfect. I think Ian Grufford and Jessica Alba are both great, but Chris Evans and Michael Chiklis as Human Torch and Thing are two of the best cast characters in any comic book movie, and you can argue me on that, but they are perfect as Johnny and Ben, and their dynamic and everything is great in these movies. And the other two, again, are both amazing as well. I think these are the perfect Fantastic Four movies. I'm excited for the MCU, but I'm going to be honest, I just don't know if you can top this first one for me. I'm sure it's nostalgia, but I don't care. I love that movie to death. I'm ashamed to have to show this on screen. Shield your eyes. It's the 2015 Fantastic Four. I don't know why I own this. I'm a crazy person that has to buy everything that I've seen for some reason, and it was $5 on Amazon. I don't want to even hold it any longer. It's maybe my least favorite movie of all time. You had Miles Teller, Michael B. Jordan, Jamie Bell. And you fumbled the bag so hard. It's just a complete disaster. I don't even want to waste another second of this video talking or thinking about it. Criterion Collection here of Fantastic Mr. Fox, our first Wes Anderson film. One of the most just unique directors that makes just absolutely beautiful works of art, truly, where his entire films are just, you want to frame them all over your house. And yeah, just a great stop motion film by him. George Clooney is great as Mr. Fox. Just a real fun movie. Wes Anderson movie. We're on to the F's, and I forgot to say, was that the first? No, I'm gonna give up on saying the letters. You guys can keep track. These were like weirdly stuck together a little bit. Fargo, another Coen Brothers movie. Don't you know it's Fargo? I don't know where that came from, but a wacky, weird little movie here. I know it's iconic. I don't love this movie as much as other people do. Frances McDormand is great in there, and it's got some really funny moments, and weird accents. Ferris Bueller's Day Off, one of my all-time favorite movies. Absolutely love this movie. My favorite coming to age. I used to lie. Actually, I just lied to your face. There is another coming to age movie I like better than this one slightly. They're close, but there's a second. But yeah, I mean, Ferris, Cameron, and Sloane, one of the best trios ever. Jennifer Grey as his sister, the principal, just iconic characters, so many iconic moments. Ferris dancing on the float and everything. I absolutely love that scene. Just hilarious. John Hughes classic that I absolutely love, and is one of the most rewatchable movies of all time for me. I've seen this movie so many times. A Few Good Men, another one of my all-time favorites. I love this movie. All three of these people kill it. We're back. Tom Cruise, amazing. The cocky young soldier. Demi Moore is incredible in here. But Jack Nicholson, with about 10-15 minutes of screen time, almost steals this entire movie. Hell, he does steal this entire movie. His final monologue is one of the best scenes of all time. Obviously, the famous line, "You can't handle the truth." But, I mean, that entire scene is just incredible. But the whole movie is phenomenal. I love court case drama type things like that, kind of a detective story in a way, a detective in the sense they're trying to find out more, get more evidence and all that, and I just love it. And Tom Cruise is one of my favorite actors of all time as well, and this is one of his best roles, I would say, a more dramatic role from him. Fight Club, another one of my, I know I feel like I just keep saying this, but I love a lot of movies. Another one of my all-time favorite movies, David Fincher. Our first David Fincher movie, I think. We talked about Alien 3, but again, that doesn't count as a David Fincher movie as far as I'm concerned. This movie, just amazing. I'm not supposed to talk about it, but I'm going to break that rule because it needs to be talked about. Maybe Brad Pitt's best performance in here. He fully commits, and just as Tyler Durden is amazing in here. Edward Norton is incredible as the narrator, and one of the all-time best twists ever. I won't spoil it in case you somehow don't know, but yeah, amazing film with a great song use of "Where Is My Mind" at the end, and Helen Bonham Carter, also phenomenal in that movie. The Fighter, a film that's kind of can borderline on generic boxing family movie that is hugely saved by the phenomenal performances in this movie. Mark Wahlberg's really good, but he's totally outshined by his two co-stars in here. Amy Adams is phenomenal in this movie, and Christian Bale gives one of his best performances and finally won his Oscar, rightfully so. He's incredible in this film. So definitely a boxing film that focuses more on the family drama side of things, and it's really good. Two Pixar movies here. Finding Nemo, one of the best Pixar films, one of my favorite animated movies. Marlon Dory, iconic duo there. Just a great movie. Great Pixar film. Finding Dory, an unnecessary sequel that is forgettable and, like, it's not bad, but it's bottom tier Pixar. I think Pixar is much better with original ideas unless it's about toys. And our last movie of this shelf, First Man, another Damien Chazelle film. Again, when you look at his other two movies, which are ironically both behind me on posters, so you might know how I feel about them, Whiplash and La La Land, it's like, and then you look at First Man in Babylon, it's like it's just not fair to compare, because he started off his career with two freaking phenomenal films. So First Man, even though again it's not anywhere near the level of those two movies, it's still really good. And Ryan Gosling gives a great performance in here as Neil Armstrong, a really good, serious, toned down performance. And the shots of space shuttle and everything are some of the most like realistic that I've seen. So yeah, a really good film. And we're done with shelf 2. Put that one back, grab shelf 3. I'll be right back. We're back with our third shelf. Good news and bad news. Good news, we stayed fairly consistent. Bad news is we didn't get any quicker. Around 45 minutes again. Pretty much just fully come to the realization of that this video is going to be like 5 hours long. So I don't know if anyone will even watch this, but hey, I'm having a good time talking about movies anyway. But we are going to try and speed this up so I'm not up till like 4 in the morning, because it's midnight right now. And I'll probably still fail to go any quicker here, so I'm just going to keep saying that throughout this video. Gotta at least attempt to encourage myself. Anyway, Flash, another mediocre DCEU movie. Some people love this movie, and I really don't know why at all, to be honest with you. You get Michael Keaton back as Batman, but Ezra Miller is a horrible Flash. Ford v Ferrari, great sports movie. James Mangold, who just did A Complete Unknown, really great director. And Matt Damon and Christian Bale, two of my favorites, and they just ooze charisma and are able to bounce off each other and so well in this movie. Yeah, really fun sports film. Forrest Gump, probably the most, in my opinion, most overrated movie of all time. I don't dislike Forrest Gump, but unlike Everything Everywhere All at Once, where I really like that movie, I just find it a little bit overrated. This is a movie that I'm like, it's fine. It's fine. I just do not understand the absolute love that this movie gets from people, to be honest. But if you love it, that's totally alright. It's your opinion. It's just like your opinion, man. That's fine with me. But yeah, it's okay. To me, it's... Yeah. And Jenny is the villain. Frozen, a great Disney revival film. Iconic. It goes back to that Renaissance feel. Iconic characters, iconic songs. Great Disney film. Have not seen the second one, nor do I own it. I do need to see it, but this is definitely an already classic Disney movie, to be honest with you. Let it go. Anyway, I won't sing that whole song. Furiosa, Mad Max Saga, one of my favorite movies from last year. Anna Taylor-Joy is great as Furiosa in here as this, and does a great job of giving the Charlize Theron feel. But Chris Hemsworth steals the show, and here as the villain that I can't remember the name of off my top of my head, Dementis. He's amazing in here, giving the best performance I've seen from Chris Hemsworth. He disappears into this role, and it's over the top and hammy, but it fits this film, and he's just great and so memorable in here. But Anna Taylor-Joy is amazing as well. George Miller, just he knows how to do this world justice. It was doesn't live up to Fury Road, which you'll see the giant poster for it right there, the corner of it at least. One of my all-time favorites. Doesn't live up to that, but really was pleasantly surprised with how well they did it still. It was a great movie. Fury, an amazing war film that kind of lacks a plot, and they kind of just go from place to place, but it almost doesn't matter because it's all about this crew of guys, this tank crew, and the performances here across the board are phenomenal. Brad Pitt is the highlight. He's amazing in this movie, but John Bernthal, Michael Pena, Logan Lerman, Shia LaBeouf, they all do phenomenal in this film. And David Ayer movie as well. So yeah, really, really great movie. The final tank face-off is a bit ridiculous, yes, but it's epic, and you definitely grow to love those characters. Game Night, one of my favorite comedies. Laugh out loud every time I watch it. Love this movie. Jason Bateman, Rachel McAdams do an amazing job. Just such a great premise. And Jesse Plemons, again, a highlight of this movie. Scenes with the dog, with Jason Bateman with the blood and everything. Absolutely hilarious. Great comedy. Get Out, Jordan Peele's directorial debut in a film that he hasn't even come close to topping, in my opinion. I like his other two movies, but this is an amazing film. Yeah, just absolutely incredible. A film of the decade. This is one that will be talked about for years. Very relevant, and just, yeah, an amazing thriller movie. We have a booklet here for Ghostbusters 1 and 2. The original Ghostbusters, an iconic 80s fun comedy. Ghostbusters 2 is not good at all. I people with nostalgia for it, I'm sure, like it, but it's just horrible, in my opinion. Yeah, the disaster. But the first one is an iconic 80s, Bill Murray, Dan Aykroyd, all that jazz. One of my favorite movies of all time, Gladiator, again, has a poster, but you can't see it because it's too high up there. But Russell Crowe's best performance, probably. He's phenomenal. Joaquin Phoenix is incredible. Ridley Scott's best movie. This is truly the ultimate Roman, socks and sandals. That's not the right terminology for that, is it? Whatever. Swords and sandals? Whatever. You know what I'm trying to say. The ultimate one of those movies. It's an epic. And yeah, just just incredible film. The gladiator fights, the story. Maximus is an all-time movie character. My name is Maximus Decimus Meridius. Father to a murdered son, husband to a murdered wife, and I will have my vengeance in this life or the next. I know I skipped out on a few parts there, but that's the gist of it. And Gladiator 2 just came out last year. It was good, solid film, but you can't come close to this one. It is just incredible. Rightfully won Best Picture, and I was, in fact, entertained. The Godfather trilogy. The first two are known as two of the best movies of all time, and they're epic, and they take you in this journey and world. They're not movies that I would say are some of my personal, all-time favorites, but I totally respect them. I mean, they're incredible films. I really enjoy them and like them, but they're not, all-time movies for me, or movies I'd go back and revisit a lot. But, I mean, they're epic, and they're known as some of the best for a reason. Al Pacino is incredible. Marlon Brando, one of the most iconic performances of all time, obviously. And then you have the third one that is just nowhere near the level of the first two, and is The Forgotten Child. And I do like the first film better still, actually. I know that's a big thing between the first two, which one you like better. I prefer the first one, personally. Godzilla Minus One, one of the best movies of 2023. Probably the only Godzilla movie that I've seen all the way through, so I don't know if I can really accurately say this, but I think it's the best Godzilla movie. Yeah, just an amazing film that is truly, it's able to be a full-blown horror Godzilla movie with amazing spectacle and great Godzilla scenes, but it is really a character, about this character that feels guilty about not doing a kamikaze, and it's really personal and emotional, and I think that's why it works so well. It's actually able to do a really compelling human story. And some of these monster movies fail to do that and just have generic-ass humans you don't care about and you just want to get back to the monster, but you're actually compelled by the humans, and then you have incredible monster scenes with Godzilla. So, a great movie. Gone Girl, this weird-ass backwards David Fincher thing. I don't know why he does this, and this is really sad. This happened a while ago. I don't even remember how it happened, but it's ripped. But anyway, amazing film. David Fincher, one of my favorite directors. It comes with the Annie book in here. Amazing Amy. But yeah, great thriller. Ben Affleck's great in here. Rosamund Pike, phenomenal as a psycho in here. But yeah, really edge of your seat, uneasy type feeling movie. Really great. Goodfellas, Martin Scorsese, classic, iconic. Robert De Niro, Ray Liotta, great. Joe Pesci, maybe the standout for me in here, as just a psycho mob boss. And yeah, truly puts you into that world, and Yeah, great. The ultimate mobster movie. Good Will Hunting, one of my all-time favorites. Love this movie. Robin Williams' best performance, rightfully got the Oscar here. Some really heart-wrenching moments with Matt Damon and Robin Williams, and I really love the scene of Ben Affleck talking to Matt Damon and telling him the best part of his day is going to his door and hoping he's not there and all that, and just phenomenal movie about reaching your heights, I guess you could say, or whatever. And Matt Damon and Ben Affleck wrote it and won the Oscar, and this was what shot them into the stratosphere, and I love both of them. So yeah, I went to see About a Girl. The Goonies, classic coming to age movie. I feel like we don't get movies like this, like about a group of kids just having fun and doing things like The Goonies, Sandlot, Stand By Me. We don't get movies like that anymore, and it's sad because these always bring a smile to my face. They're just feel-good family films. Yeah, and hey, you guys. Great stuff. Criterion Collection of The Grand Budapest Hotel, one of my all-time favorite movies. My favorite of the I've only seen 2 Wes Anderson movies, but it's my favorite, and it'll be hard to beat. It's in my top 30 all-time movies. Just absolutely stunning, every single shot. And Rafe Fiennes, however the hell you say his name, Rafe Fiennes, him in this movie is phenomenal. It's again another scenario where he completely just ignored by the Oscars is ridiculous. He's incredible in this movie. The entire cast is great. Tony Revolori, Saoirse Ronan, Jeff Goldblum, Adrian Brody is really fun as the villain. William Dafoe, his vibe fits perfectly into here. Just such fun, memorable characters and a beautiful looking film. It's got a lot. It's really funny, but it's got those real moments to tug your heartstrings as well. Green Lantern, a DC movie that I think gets overhated. It's not that good, but it's not horrible either. Ryan Reynolds is fun in there as Hal Jordan. The Illumination Grinch, easily by far the weakest of the 3 Grinch films. Very forgettable, added a bunch of shit that didn't need to be added. Groundhog Day, great comedy, Bill Murray, a classic, funny comedy, amazing concept that's now been redone a million times, Guardians of the Galaxy trilogy, a great MCU trilogy. The first one is a top 5 MCU movie for me. Absolutely love this film. So different, inventive. Everyone was like, a movie about a talking raccoon and tree. What the hell are they thinking? And it's absolutely hilarious and one of the best. And the James Gunn as well. Kind of started off James Gunn to become bigger director. Now he's taken over DC and all that jazz. But yeah, great movie. Guardians 2, a film that has grown on me. I've always liked it. It's funny. The stuff with Yondu and Rocket and stuff is easily the best stuff. But it definitely goes a bit overboard, maybe at points. But now that it's a full rounded out trilogy, I think this movie has aged really well, and Baby Groot's adorable. And then Guardians 3, the best post-Endgame MCU movie in my opinion. Yes, better than No Way Home and Deadpool and Wolverine, to me at least. I love both those movies, but this is the best post-Endgame MCU movie. It is the perfect conclusion to this trilogy, and Rocket, obviously, his story being the highlight, so emotional here. But yeah, laugh out loud moments and moments that will make you cry. Just a great conclusion to that trilogy and to those characters for at least in that version of them forever, because James Gunn is now with DC. Hacksaw Ridge, solid horror movie, solid war movie, based off a true story. Andrew Garfield is great in there. This disc is kind of fucked up, but anyway. Next we got a whole shitload of Harry Potter movies here. I've seen the Harry Potter movies all the way through 2 times in my life. I really do need to rewatch them all again, and then also need to see the Fantastic Beasts movies. A really good franchise. Not one I've ever been like in love with, like the MCU or Star Wars or even Lord of the Rings or stuff like those. But a really good franchise, nonetheless. That, yeah. Sorcerer's Stone, Chamber of Secrets, probably 2 of the weaker movies, but both good, more child-friendly movies. Prisoner of Azkaban, the turning point in the franchise, and probably my favorite film of the bunch. Goblet of Fire, great film. Robert Pattinson in there. Order of the Phoenix, solid Harry Potter movie. Half-Blood Prince, my least favorite Harry Potter movie, but the stuff with Snape is pretty good. Deathly Hallows Part 1, underrated Harry Potter movie. I really like this movie. I think it's a true character study of our main trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. So I really like that one, even though it is slower. And then probably the second best behind Prisoner of Azkaban for me, the finale to this franchise, wraps everything up really well. Next up, we have The Hateful Eight, Quentin Tarantino movie. Prime of his films I've seen, which I still need to see, Kill Bill, Death Proof, and Jackie Brown. But of the ones I've seen from him, it's my least favorite, but it's still really good. Maybe a bit too long. It's like 3 hours long, and I think some of it could have been cut, to be honest with you. But it's a lot of fun. The cast is all great. And it's one of those sort of one-location movies, although they get there first and then it's one location, but whatever. And the final 20 minutes are the best part of the movie. Heat, one of my all-time favorites, top 30 movie for me. Michael Mann and his A-game, the best heist movie ever. Robert De Niro and Al Pacino, their first movie together, going head-to-head, phenomenal. Val Kilmer is really great in there. The heist sequence with the white mask and everything is the best heist sequence of all time. And this scene right here with them two at the cafe, incredible, just in a phenomenal movie, looks beautiful as well. I need to update this movie to 4K. This is one that I do want to get on 4K. A phenomenal movie that I adore. Another amazing movie, probably be just shy of my top 30, more like a top 40. Hell or High Water, underrated movie as well. Chris Pine and Ben Foster, Jeff Bridges, all amazing in this film. And the What Don't You Want scene is one of the funniest movie scenes ever for me. I laugh every time with that scene. But yeah, really great brother kind of story here, Western vibe. Gives No Country for Old Men type vibes, not on the level of No Country for Old Men, but still amazing. I really love this movie. 2016 was a hell of a year for films, because that's my 4th favorite movie from 2016, because I'd put La La Land, Sing Street, and Arrival all above it, and yet it's still like a top 40 all-time movie for me. 2016 is an elite year, as was 2014 as well. Her from 2013 with Joaquin Phoenix, kind of another movie that's become more relevant. Scarlett Johansson, honestly, as the voice in here, is amazing. Joaquin Phoenix is obviously amazing. Great movie. Spike Jonze, not Spike Lee. That was a really embarrassing mess up there. But anyway, really good movie. Don't know what else to say. Hereditary, great horror movie, grade A24 movie. Toni Collette gives an all-time performance in here again, ignored by the Oscars, further cementing how useless they are. I feel like I just heard thunder or something. Anyway, hopefully it doesn't start storming. And if it does, hopefully you guys can't hear it. But anyway, amazing horror film here, terrifying, and just bleak, and Ari Aster knows how to make that vibe and feeling. Yeah. The Hobbit trilogy, not anything spectacular here. I've only seen these movies once, and I've seen the Lord of the Rings movies like 4 times. So yeah, definitely a huge drop off in quality. Desolation of Smog's the best of the bunch. Unexpected Journey's fine, and Battle of the Five Armies is not good. The Holdovers, great movie from 2023, great Christmas film. Feel good Christmas movie that I need to rewatch. It's been a bit since I've seen that one. Speaking of Christmas movies, maybe the most iconic Christmas movie ever, maybe? No, I don't know about that. It's a Wonderful Life Christmas Story, but certainly in the running. Great Christmas film. You gotta watch every holiday season. Classic. And then Home Alone Lost in New York. I know I'm in the minority here, but this movie is not good at all. It's just a complete ripoff, but everything's not as good, and it's so more ridiculous and poorly written. Whoops. You keep count of how many Blu-rays I almost break in this video. But anyway, yeah, I'm not a fan of this one. I know a lot of people love it. Not one I grew up on at all. Not a fan. But the first one's great. Our first Studio Ghibli movie. Studio Ghibli. I think it's Studio Ghibli. We're going to go Studio Ghibli. And Hayao Miyazaki as well. This is my favorite Studio Ghibli movie, Howl's Moving Castle. Christian Bale as Hal in the English dub, at least. Studio Ghibli, they're incredible, beautiful animated movies. Probably just the best looking animated movies of all time, right up there with, like, I won't say that because, no, I will say it. I'm going to say right up there with the Spider-Verse movies. Some people will call hate crimes on that's absurd that you'd compare those, but I don't care. I love the Spider-Verse movies. I'm comparing them. But these movies are beautiful, and yeah, they're phenomenal films. They're not some of my all-time favorites like they are for other people, but they're obviously stunning to watch, and you just get enthralled with them. Classic How the Grinch Stole Christmas here, the animated original. Great movie, but if I'm going to watch a Grinch movie, I'm going to watch this one, the Jim Carrey live action one. One of Jim Carrey's best performances. He was just born for this role. He is perfect. And this is the movie. Everyone has that movie that they 100% have to watch every Christmas time. This is that movie for me every single year. I love this movie. Yeah. Everyone's got their favorite Grinch. Jim Carrey is mine. Now, How to Train Your Dragon trilogy. I was late on this trilogy. I watched the first one when I was younger and vaguely remember it. Never saw the second or third one. Just watched all three of them last year. And great animated trilogy. The first one's the best. Then the second, then the third. The first one's easily the best, I would say. But the second and third one are still really good. Just a really solid trilogy. Toothless is adorable, and his relationship with Hiccup is great to watch. And we're getting a live action one now because they're going to do a live action of every movie ever. Got the 4 Hunger Games films here. Not a franchise I'm like crazy about, but the first 2 are for sure the best 2, Catching Fire being my favorite. And then Mockingjay Part 1 and 2 lack a Hunger Games, which easily drops them down a few pegs, but it's a solid quadrilogy. The Hurt Locker, the really good Catherine Bigelow Best Picture winner here. Jeremy Renner and Anthony Mackie about defusing bombs. Some tense moments in there. Not one I have not seen that movie in a long time, but I remember it being good. So not one super memorable, but solid. Incendies. I think that's how you say that. This film is phenomenal, and this is one I really need to rewatch as well. It wasn't even that long ago that I watched it, literally 6 months ago, and I remember it perfectly, so it's not like The Hurt Locker. I just need to rewatch it because I think it's not in my top 100 currently, but I think it could be. Just an incredible Denis Villeneuve French movie. The only of his French, I've seen all 7 of his American, only 1 of his 4 French. Need to see his other 3 French ones because this one was phenomenal. I'm going to say maybe the best twist I've ever seen personally, just in my reaction to it solely. Maybe not in the filmmaking or the iconic or any of that stuff, but just in the sense of when it happened, I went I was just struck with awe, and I won't say more to not spoil it, but yeah, it's a hell of a thing, the twist in this film, and you just rethink everything, but amazing film in there. Inception, a top 5 movie of all time for me. You see the poster there. Still haven't gotten used to this reverse crap. But anyway, yeah, top 5 all time for me. My favorite Christopher Nolan movie. Just the concept of going inside someone's dreams and planting an idea in their head. Well, extracting ideas even, but then to go one step further and to be planting an idea. It's such an incredible idea. I'm saying idea a lot. It's such an incredible concept. And then it's executed to perfection. And people that say that this movie's too confusing and they get lost, I think those are the people that are on their phone when they watch movies or something, because this is not a confusing movie. Like, Interstellar is a film I can see people getting lost in. I can totally understand that. Inception, if you follow this film, it's completely congruent. I mean, I've seen it like 10 times, so I'm biased to that, and analyze the hell out of it, but it really is not. I don't find it to be a film that's too confusing at all. You want to see a confusing movie, go watch Tenet. There's a confusing movie. But, and the cast is phenomenal. Leonardo DiCaprio, Tom Hardy, Elliot Page, Joseph Gordon-Levitt, just incredible. Cillian Murphy, Michael Caine, making his obligatory appearance in a Nolan film, and a great ambiguous ending once again. And I love me some ambiguous endings. And the way they use the dream sequences and the different things of it all, and just a phenomenal film. The Incredible Hulk, a weaker MCU movie, but better than some of the recent shit we've been getting. I think Edward Norton's actually a pretty good Bruce Banner Hulk. I prefer Ruffalo, but I think he did good in this movie. But him and Liv Tyler have some of the worst chemistry of all time in this film. It's really painful to get through those scenes. This is a really cool slipcover, though. I really like this cover here. We've got a 2-pack of the 2 Incredibles movies. The first Incredibles is one of my favorite animated movies of all time. Hell, just one of my favorite movies of all time. Top tier Pixar as well. I adore this film. The family film to it, all that. Honey, where's my super suit? But yeah, just an amazing movie, great characters. And then Incredibles 2, that for some reason took them 12 years to make, but is a really good Pixar sequel. I think it's the best Pixar sequel outside of the Toy Story movies, I would say. I really like this movie a lot. It turns the focus to Elastigirl. You got Mr. Incredible at home with the baby more, so it kind of flips the roles, and I really like that. It's done really well. I think the villain's pretty predictable and definitely not on the level of Syndrome, and that's probably its weakest part, but still a really solid sequel to an amazing movie. Next up, we have our Indiana Jones films here. First off, we have The Complete Adventures, which clearly didn't last, but as The Complete Adventures, the original trilogy is obviously by far the best. This is actually a really cool little book here thing, so I'll get it out here. You got Raiders and Temple, and then Last Crusade, and then there's Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. Which we don't really need to talk about that one. But the first 3 are great. Some of the ultimate adventure films, Steven Spielberg. Raiders and Last Crusade are so close for me. I slightly prefer Raiders. I think I like Indy and Marion a tiny bit better than Indy and Sean Connery and his dad, but they're both incredible duos, and I love both those movies. And then Temple of Doom is a film I loved as a kid. Rewatching it now, it's nowhere near the level of Raiders or Last Crusade. It gets a bit strange, and the dinner scene didn't age well for sure, and the girl, I know it's Steven Spielberg's wife now, I don't know her name, but holy hell, she annoys the shit out of me. But Short Round is fun as a young Ki-Hu Kwan. I probably butchered that name. And then you have Dial of Destiny. Oh wait, I completely forgot about Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. That's how forgettable it is. I didn't even talk about it. It's not good. You got married. Yeah, it's not good. Dial of Destiny is better than Kingdom of the Crystal Skull in my opinion. It's not like great, but it's better than Kingdom of the Crystal Skull at least. Glorious Bastards, top 10 all-timer for me. I finally pointed to the right side that time. Right there. Top 10 movie of all time for me. My favorite Quentin Tarantino movie. Just love this movie. Christoph Waltz, phenomenal, deserved the Oscar. And Brad Pitt is really great in this movie. It's hard to say what his best performance is because he's so great in so many movies. and there's laugh out loud moments in here, and it's scenes, long drawn out scene after long drawn out scene that builds tension so well. The opening with the milk, my favorite scene in the movie is probably the Michael Fassbender scene down in the bar. That's might be my favorite scene in the whole movie, and it's just this one kind of enclosed, I mean, it's involved in the main story, but it's kind of its own thing, and it's just one long, like, 20-minute scene, and it builds tension so beautifully. And Tarantino is best at real dialogue, just long conversations, and this movie takes full advantage of that. And it obviously has the twist of changing Hitler. The cat people scene where I don't know the actress's name, and I'm blanking on the character's name as well. One in her right there. Oh man, what is her name? I don't know her name. Sorry. But where she's getting ready, cat people's playing. Great. Just the whole movie it's phenomenal. I absolutely love Inglourious Bastards. I kind of want to watch Inglourious Bastards right now, but it's gonna be like 3 a.m. when I'm done with this video, so it's not happening tonight. We've got Inside Out 1 and 2. Inside Out's a great Pixar film, bing bong, heartfelt moment. Just great idea about emotions in your head, and Pixar is great at taking creative concepts and doing stuff like that with them. I was really scared about this movie. I was like, why are they making a sequel? But then I was like, the second the movie started, I was like, oh no, this makes perfect sense. You grow, your emotions change, you get new emotions, and they did it beautifully. Anxiety was for sure a standout, voiced by Maya Hawke. Right. They don't put the cast on the back of animated movies? You kidding me? Put some respect on voice actors' names, Pixar. I'm pretty certain it was Maya Hawke. We're going to go with Maya Hawke. I'm like 99% sure. Anyway. But yeah, it was great and pleasant surprise and a great Pixar sequel. I wouldn't put it above the original. Still like the original better, but great. And to end off Shelf 3 with a bang, Interstellar, a top 20, top 25 all-time movies for me, my third favorite Nolan film. Yes, the ending, I said earlier, I could understand people getting confused at Interstellar. They do science perfectly in this movie, execute it so well, and the ending, they definitely kind of take a leap of faith to reference Spider-Verse on, the fifth dimension being love and the watch, and yeah, it gets a bit iffy, but who cares? This is an incredible film. Matthew McConaughey's best performance, in my opinion. Anne Hathaway and Jessica Chastain are also both amazing. Michael Caine's amazing. And the relationship between him and Murph, the scene where he's crying, such an emotional film. It's a very smart film as well, and just beautiful, and yeah, incredible Nolan movie. And we're done with Shelf 3, which I think means we're almost halfway. So, on to the next shelf. Alright, we're back with row number 4. That was about 35 minutes. We actually improved a little bit. And it felt good. Felt like I still talked enough about each movie. Feel good about it. So, let's try and keep up that pace now. I know you guys can just look at the video and figure out how long this is, but I'm trying to pace myself. Let's take a little drink here before we get started. The Invisible Man. This was a really great movie from 2020. One of my favorite movies from 2020. 2020 is a year that wasn't very great for movies and didn't have much competition, but this was one of the highlights of the year. Really, really good original horror film, modernized version of The Invisible Man, and Elizabeth Moss does a great job. The Iron Claw, great A24 film fear, tragic movie. Zac Efron, amazing performance. Didn't get the love it should have gotten at the 2023 Oscars. Tragic movie based off a true story. The Iron Man trilogy. The first one is still one of the best movies in the MCU, one of the most rewatchable. Robert Downey Jr. was born to be Tony Stark. He is perfect as this character, and the MCU hit the ground running with this film. Iron Man 2, a overstuffed, overbloated mess of a movie, but it's fun, and it's, again, you compare it to modern, like, last few years of what we got from the MCU, you look back at this one and go, it wasn't so bad. So yeah, fun movie that's a mess at the same time. And Sam Rockwell's a highlight in there is Justin Hammer. Iron Man 3, an underrated MCU movie, Shane Black, and this feels like a much better Shane Black Tony Stark film than a MCU Iron Man film, and so I like it for that reason, but it's also not good for that reason. The Mandarin stuff was handled horribly. Ben Kingsley would have been a great Mandarin, and then it felt like they kind of, I don't think anyone informed Shane Black that Iron Man had to be in more movies after this one, because it's like he got rid of his arc reactor, his house was gone, he blew up all his suits, like he was retiring, and they were like, we forgot to tell you, dude. He's gonna be in more movies after this. So kind of a good standalone film, but not really a good entry into the MCU. Then we have this absolute behemoth, the James Bond collection. This bad boy took about 2 years to watch all of these. It is everything from Dr. No to Spectre. Right? That was the one before No Time to Die. Yeah. It was Daniel Craig was Casino Royale, Quantum of Solace. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so everything from Dr. No to Spectre. I do have No Time to Die, but it's with the ends. But just the old Bond films are just not my thing at all, and I was just dragging myself through this franchise, not enjoying myself, until we got to Pierce Brosnan. GoldenEye is great, and then the rest of his are kind of mediocre, but GoldenEye was really good, and I was like, okay, this is the first light of hope in this franchise, and I'm so glad I stuck with it, because I really love the Craig movies for the most part, and if not, I just love Daniel Craig as this character. He's by far the best Bond for me. I know people love Sean Connery. Those movies were not my thing, but Daniel Craig was great. Casino Royale is the best. It's amazing. I love Casino Royale. Best Bond girl. Skyfall, maybe the best Bond villain with Javier Bardem. Great. Quantum of Solace and Spectre are weaker, but they're still fine. Better than almost all the other Bond films besides GoldenEye. So next up we have Jaws, one of my favorite Spielberg. My favorite blockbuster Spielberg film, third favorite though, because I'd put Private Ryan and Schindler's List both above this, but just one of my favorite movies, one of the movies that kind of made me fall in love with movies as well. I adore this film. The trio of Brody, Hopper, and Quint are one of the best trios. It's truly a film that made you never want to go in the water again. Great thriller. The not showing the shark being the point. The music, obviously iconic by John Williams. Just great summer blockbuster. One of the all-time bests. And then all of its disappointing variations of shit sequels. Jaws 2 is and then Jaws 3 is bad, and Jaws the Revenge is one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. And somehow Michael Caine got in it. I don't know what the hell they paid him to be in that movie, but Jaws the Revenge is a movie you can definitely watch. Like, if you've seen it and you've suffered it already, you can show it to other people and laugh at their face while they watch it. It's fun for that, because it's so bad that it's funny. We got the John Wick movies here. I'm not on the full-blown John Wick hype train, to be honest. Obviously, it's no doubt it has some of the best action choreography of all time. And, the gunfights and all that is incredible to watch. That is undeniable. But when it comes to actually, story and characters, they just never resonated with me. I never really got on board with them. I think the first and fourth one are the best of the bunch. I think they're the strongest story-wise. And the fourth one, just the action is so phenomenal, it almost doesn't even matter about the story, to be honest. So, yeah, amazing straight-up gunfight films, but just not ones I really rewatch or think about too often, to be honest with you. Even though it's kind of the action, well, no, I would say that's Mission Impossible, personally. I was going to say it's the action franchise of the last decade, but I'd give that to Mission Impossible. Jojo Rabbit, Taika Waititi's best movie, in my opinion. Just a great film that, shows Taika Waititi can do it right. He can balance the humor. Sorry, I had an itch on my ankle. That's why I got really close all of a sudden. he can balance the comedy and the dark parts. Scarlett Johansson's really amazing in this film. Sam Rockwell gives a really good performance. So yeah, and the relationship between the boy and the little girl, the Jew that's in his house, are great. So yeah, really great comedy, with some real good serious moments as well in there. Joker, a movie I've always found overrated, and it used to be unpopular to say that, but it seems to be more popular after the sequel that I have yet to see, but boy, I have not heard good things about it. Yeah, I think this is a great Taxi Driver ripoff. Like, it's a great movie about a guy losing his mind, and Joaquin Phoenix does an amazing job, but I just don't see it as a Joker film, never have, and yeah, I don't know, it's fine, but I find it overrated. We've got some Jumanji movies here. The original with Robin Williams, classic, fun concept. My favorite of the bunch is Welcome to the Jungle. This is just a hilarious movie. It's the one I laugh at the most and the one I rewatch the most. And then my least favorite of the three would be Next Level. It's okay, but nowhere near as funnier as the first one. The actors still, get some laughs out of you, but... Alright, then we have the Jurassic franchise here. The first one, by a million miles, the best of the bunch. Iconic. Spielberg, my second favorite blockbuster Spielberg movie, behind Jaws, fourth favorite Spielberg overall. I love this movie, one of my all-time favorites, another one that made me fall in love with movies. Just iconic characters. Grant, Saber, I say iconic characters and then I can't remember one of their names. Laura Dern's character. Anyway, Jeff Goldblum in there as Ian Malcolm. Just dinosaurs. It's the ultimate dinosaur franchise. Just great, iconic, fun summer blockbuster movie. And then, they made 12 more of them. We have the other two Jurassic Park movies. Lost World is fine because you still have Jeff Goldblum in there, but Jurassic Park 3 is horrible. The Velociraptor, Alan, on the plane when he's dreaming. God, it's bad. This is the best one besides the first one, and again, it's by like a large, huge, gigantic margin. But this is the second best one. It's dumb, it's stupid, it's ridiculous. It's Chris Pratt riding on a motorcycle with velociraptors, leading a T-Rex to fight a bigger, genetically modified T-Rex. It's stupid, but it's fun. Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom, too stupid. Yeah, that's all. There we go. And then Jurassic World Dominion, they brought back the original cast. They had a great concept of bringing dinosaurs back to Earth. They're always on Earth. To just like normal, with citizens. Something they did at the very end of Lost World, but for a full movie, bringing back the OG3, and they decided to make the movie about a bug disease. Got to be one of the strangest decisions ever. I don't know what the hell they were doing. Huge disappointment. Then we got this shit show, Joss Whedon's original Justice League. It wasn't good when it came out, and now that you have Zack Snyder's version, it's complete garbage. Like, it's crazy this is what this movie turned into. It's a joke. And we got a couple more Justice League named films. Justice League Dark Apocalypse War, the end to the DC animated universe, and a really good film if you like that universe, especially a really solid film, and I love Constantine. He's one of my favorite DC characters. Flashpoint Paradox, great DC story, turned into a great DC cartoon. Thomas Wayne, a standout there. Yeah, really solid in the film. And I think, Michael B. Jordan is Cyborg in here. Is anyone else that I know? No, there isn't. But anyway. Steelbook for the Karate Kid, iconic 80s film. Sweep the leg, put him in a body bag, No Mercy, obviously with Cobra Kai, which I have fallen behind on. I have watched the first 3 seasons and I enjoyed it, but I just have not stayed with it, but love the original movie here. Haven't seen any of the sequels, but yeah, an iconic 80s film. Bonsai. So many quotes. I got tripped out by picking this up because we haven't talked about the other 8 movies yet, but they're in a trilogy pack, so I put them as a Planet of the Apes trilogy, so they're in P, but this one's by itself with Kingdom, so it K. So we're talking about this before we talk about the other ones, which is weird, but whatever. This was kind of a disappointment for me. I like it. Like, it was good. It was solid. The girl, I think, did a really good job, and they seem to be setting up to do more of these 8 movies, which I am, even though I said I was a little disappointed with this, I'm totally on board with that. Give me 5 more 8 movies. I want them. But you can definitely feel Matt Reeves missing, and it doesn't, and Caesar missing as well hugely. It just doesn't have the same vibe or the same feeling as those other films, and a few moments dragged for me, but it's still good. It was good, just not, it didn't live up to my standards, because I really love the Caesar trilogy. Speaking of apes, we're sticking on the subject with a gorilla. Is that an ape? Yes, it's an ape. I've been talking for a while, okay? Cut me some slack. I really like this movie. I have some nostalgia for this movie. For some strange reason, I watched this movie a lot as a kid. I don't know why. It's like 3 hours long. But I like this one a lot. The boat stuff is slow for sure, and it's a drag. Peter Jackson likes his long-ass movies, but once you get to the island, I think this movie's amazing. I think it's the ultimate King Kong movie. I haven't seen all of Kong Skull Island, but I've seen parts of it, and I like this one better still from what I've seen of that one. I think it's the ultimate King Kong movie. It just takes a bit to get there. And I think Adrian Brody and Naomi Watts both do great, and Jack Black's in there as well, so yeah. And Kong is awesome. Fighting the T-Rexes, the whole movie, it's worth just for that scene, so... Knives Out, great Rian Johnson movie from 2019, my favorite mystery film, and I really love mysteries. Absolute stacked cast. Ana de Armas, these 3 are the standouts, obviously. Daniel Craig as Benoit Blanc is great. Seeing Chris Evans kind of play an asshole is great, but Ana de Armas is really amazing in this movie, giving such a kind of innocent character you root for so much in this film, and I love the twists and turns throughout it, and just, yeah, amazing Rian Johnson film. Glass Onion, unfortunately, is a Netflix exclusive, so we'll probably never get it on disc because Netflix is a greedy corporation. But we're getting a third one, and it'll also be Netflix exclusive. I don't know why Rian Johnson agreed to that, but whatever. I'm still excited. Glass Onion was good, nowhere near as good as the first one. I think that one's by far better, but it was still good, and I am excited. I'll watch. They can just keep making those unless they start turning into shit. La La Land. Referenced it earlier talking about Damien Chazelle. This is a top 30, if not just outside top 30 all-time movie for me. I love this movie. My favorite musical of all time. Someone in the Crowd. What a Waste of a Lovely Night. City of Stars. Just incredible songs. And Emma Stone and Ryan Gosling are amazing. Again, their chemistry is off the charts, and they're great together in this movie. One of the most rewatchable movies of all time for me too. I can just anytime, anywhere, I'll watch La La Land. We've got a couple Lego movies here. Lego Batman movie, fun little film. It was a solid idea to take Lego Batman and make his own movie out of him. Got some good jokes in there, but this one is for sure the best Lego movie we've gotten. Just a great, fun idea, so creative what they're able to do with all the Legos and stuff. Great characters. Yeah, really, really great animated film. Leon the Professional. This is a disappointing movie for me because, and it's like Gary Oldman is great as the over-the-top villain, and the performances are great, and I love the concept of an assassin taking in a little girl. But I'm sorry, I just could not get past how fucking creepy this movie is. And if I know other people love it, and I'm not saying that you're a creep if you love this movie. I want to make that clear. I'm not accusing anyone, but I just couldn't get past it. It just too over-sexualizes a very young Natalie Portman in this film for my taste, so I just don't know if I'll ever watch it again. And once you find out some things about the director in real life, it makes it even worse and more uncomfortable. So yeah, it's a bummer. I think the performances are good and the concept's great, but it's just yeah, no. We've talked enough about that. Les Miserables, I think that's how you say it. This is just not my thing at all. I know some people really love this movie, but just the full, just no dialogue, full-blown like opera singing the entire time, just not for me. The performances are good, the singing is good, but just not my thing at all. Not a movie, I will probably ever rewatch, to be honest with you. All four Lethal Weapon films, Riggs and Murtaugh, an iconic duo. The first two are for sure the best two. I like the second one actually better than the first one. I think it's got even more standout moments. And then the third one's the weakest, and then the fourth one is fine. Better than the third, at least. Joe Pesci's a great addition in there as well. Just fun, classic buddy cop movies. The Lighthouse, my favorite Robert Eggers movie, and I really like all of his movies, but this is his best one for me. An amazing movie. William Dafoe and Robert Pattinson are both phenomenal in this film. And yeah, just great movie about two people losing their minds pretty much at a lighthouse. Robert Eggers has such a distinct style, and I love his style. If you don't love his style, you will not like his movies. Lincoln, Steven Spielberg, Daniel Day-Lewis. He comes out of his cave once every 8 years and drops an incredible performance. More than 8 years, really. And this is no exception. He's phenomenal as Lincoln. Tommy Lee Jones is really good in there. This movie is, for lack of a better word, it gets boring at times. It drags a bit for me. But it's a very good, well-made film. It's just, like, again, you could say, well, it's about Abraham Lincoln and stuff and all this. Of course it's going to drag and be boring, but you have movies like Oppenheimer, The Social Network, another movie from Spielberg like Schindler's List that are very historic, very dramatic, very kind of concepts you would think wouldn't be intriguing, that are incredible. Some of my all-time favorite movies, so I'm not going to give it the pass because other movies have proven you can do it. Lion King, my favorite Disney movie of all time, one of my favorite animated movies of all time, just Disney at their absolute peak. Hakuna Matata, just can't wait to be king. Circle of Life, Lion Sleeps Tonight. Just every song in this film is phenomenal. The characters all so memorable, iconic. Yeah, incredible Disney film. And then probably the movie I'm most ashamed to own besides the 2015 Fantastic Four, but I'm a completionist, the live-action Lion King. This is the worst live-action movie that I've seen from them. It's just completely unnecessary. It can be cool one time for the CGI spectacle, and then you just don't give a shit and never want to watch it ever again. And it's just, yeah, it's one of the most pointless and bland ones out there that takes away all the emotions from the lion because they're CGI and realistic. And this movie made $1 billion, so we now have a Mufasa prequel that no one ever asked for. Ever. But it exists now, thanks to that movie making $1 billion. The Little Mermaid, which I don't have the live action one to yet, because it's newer from 2023, but it was a solid live action one. But again, the animated one is far superior. Yeah, great, iconic Disney Renaissance. As you can tell, most of the Disney films I have are from the Renaissance. That is Disney's best era, for sure. Logan, one of my favorite Marvel movies. I don't even know what my favorite Marvel movie is. I have my list on Letterboxd. This is top 3, though, for sure. I think Avengers something, and then this, or maybe this is second. I think this is second behind Avengers. I don't know, but it's incredible. Hugh Jackman's best performance as this character. Patrick Stewart's probably best performance as Professor X. His relationship with X-23, the road trip vibe. James Mangold's best movie, and just a darker. We get to see Wolverine go full berserk. Just an incredible incredible X-Men film. The best X-Men universe movie as well. Lone Survivor. A war film, it's fine. Not super memorable, and it got really ridiculous in like the middle act when the soldiers were getting pinned down or whatever and kept falling down cliffs. It kind of got a bit over the top for me. But it's solid, and Mark Wahlberg saying that's not a knife, that's a fucking chicken is one of the just comedy gold. Like the way he delivers that line is just great. I think that's the line. It's not, it's close to that. Looper, one of my all-time favorites, in my top like 30, around there. Absolutely love this movie. Bruce Willis, Joseph Gordon-Levitt and Emily Blunt are both amazing, and Bruce Willis cares for the first time in forever and actually acts, which is a miracle in this movie, because, I mean, he pretty much gave up early 2000s, but he cared again. But yeah, Joseph Gordon-Levitt, Emily Blunt, amazing concept, that's done to perfection, and I like the ending a lot. It doesn't make any sense when you start to think about it, and the time travel and stuff of this movie. I know you can say that about a lot of time travel things, but trust me, watch this movie and you'll be able to go in like 2 seconds, wait, this destroys this entire movie. But you have to have some suspension of disbelief, because if not, the movie couldn't exist. So, great movie, amazing concept, and Rian Johnson, this is my favorite. Did I say Knives Out was my favorite Rian Johnson movie? If so, I lied to you, because this is my favorite Rian Johnson movie, is Looper. But they're both amazing. Lorax, a fine Illumination movie. It's okay. I haven't seen it in years. Now, this is another one that I updated to 4K for multiple reasons. First of all, because these movies are incredible looking and you want them in all their glory, but mostly because I wanted to update to the extended editions, which the theatrical are still in here, but I wanted to own the extended ones. My Blu-ray was only the theatrical. The best made trilogy of all time, I would say. Personally, I'd put like the OG Star Wars, the Toy Story trilogy, maybe the Before trilogy above it. But quality-wise and epicness-wise, connectiveness-wise, you gotta give it to Lord of the Rings. I mean, this is an event of film. What Peter Jackson was able to do with this trilogy. These characters are phenomenal. Aragorn, Legolas, Frodo, Sam, Gandalf, Pippin and Merry, just incredible characters. Gimli and Legolas and their dynamic and stuff, and these movies are perfect. What's to say about Lord of the Rings that hasn't been said a million times? Fellowship of the Ring is easily the weakest for me, but it's still a great introduction into this world. Two Towers is my favorite. I think it has the best dynamics between the characters and stuff. You get the Battle of Helm's Deep, which is amazing, and you get Gollum introduced, and Andy Serkis, king of motion capture for a reason. He is phenomenal as Gollum. And then Return of the King is probably the most epic, satisfying movie of all time. Even over Endgame, and that's coming from someone that personally has more of a connection to the MCU, but there's no denying that Return of the King is just, it's goosebumps every 10 minutes. The final hour of that film is just satisfaction, payoff after payoff, for Frodo, you don't kneel to anyone. It's just, I can't carry the ring, but I can carry you. It's incredible. It's just a phenomenal movie trilogy. Mad Max Fury Road, we talked about it a little bit earlier with Furiosa, the big poster you can see the corner of over there. Top 10 all-time movie for me. George Miller, This World is incredible. Tom Hardy and Charlize Theron are both phenomenal in here. Charlize Theron might even outshine Tom Hardy as Furiosa, but they're both phenomenal. And the action, it's a simple story. It's a very simple story. They go to a place, it doesn't exist, they go back. But that's not what you're here for. The action is the best ever, and this is another one that I upgraded to 4K. They happen to be right in a row. It was Blade Runner 2049, The Departed for the Steelbook, Lord of the Rings, and this. Those are the big ones I updated 4K. There's still a few I want to, but those are the ones I've done so far. Oh wait, there actually is one more. Actually, that we'll talk about later. This slipcover is like falling out. Not slipcover, but whatever you call that thing. Anyway, but phenomenal movie. The best straight up action film of all time. I mean, it's almost action from beginning to end, nonstop. So many memorable moments and scenes. It looks beautiful. The score is great, adrenaline pumping into you, and yeah, just an amazing film. Man of Steel. One of the best DCEU movies. I think Henry Cavill is great as Superman. Amy Adams is great. Yeah, so I like this take on Superman, but it's not the perfect Superman for me, and I'm hoping James Gunn can give us that, even though Christopher Reeves kind of already did. But it's Christopher Reeves was a cheesier version. I want like a modern version of that take, And Man of Steel is much more of a Snydery, darker version. I like it, but it's not my perfect Superman quite yet. Criterion Collection, A Marriage Story, one of the best movies from 2019. Scarlett Johansson and Adam Driver are both phenomenal in this film. Some of the scenes in here of the long arguments or of things are just Oscar-worthy moments, even let alone performances. Just a great movie about divorce. And them two are phenomenal. The Steelbook of the first Matrix, great little steelbook here. Obviously, by far the best Matrix movie, a great sci-fi film, makes you think. And then all of its sequels, which are just not good. Reloaded, Revolutions, and Resurrection, they just get more and more convoluted and confusing. And if I'm going to watch The Matrix, I'm just going to watch the first one and stop. I've only seen all of these movies twice, ever, so... And I've seen the first Matrix like 5 times. Mean Girls, with this cool little burn book thing. Nice pink thing. This is a modern comedy classic. I don't know if you'd say modern. It's almost, I guess, it's like 21 years old now, but whatever. Just a comedy classic. Lindsay Lohan, Rachel McAdams, so many iconic quotable moments, lines, and it's funny and it holds up really well. And I have not seen the new musical. I haven't heard that good of things. Mean Streets, Criterion Collection. This movie was a big disappointment for me. Scorsese is one of the all-time greats, one of my favorite directors. We had Robert De Niro in here, Harvey Keitel. I think that's how you say his name. Yeah. And it just was a bore fest. Nothing happened. I felt like there was no story. This is easily my least favorite of the Scorsese films I've seen, and yeah, just was not impressed at all. Megan, this one, on the other hand, was a pleasant surprise from early 2023, and we're getting a sequel now because it did so surprisingly well. But yeah, a fun little, kind of modern day Chucky in a way movie that was a nice little surprise. Not anything amazing, but it was good. Memento, Christopher Nolan's. I just realized something, but whatever. I'll explain in a second. Christopher Nolan's first official big movie. I've not seen 2 Nolan films, The Following and Insomnia. I really need to see them both. The Following is technically his first film, but it was like black and white and had an extremely small budget. This was his first real official kind of movie sort of thing in 2000, and he kicked his career off with an absolute bang. This movie is amazing. It's such a great concept of telling your story backwards because the character himself can't remember. Guy Pearce does phenomenal in here. Yeah, just an amazing, mind-bending movie that introduced us to Christopher Nolan perfectly. So well done. What I realized is I have Mission Impossible collection here, 1 to Fallout. And the first movie on that shelf is going to be Dead Reckoning. So I guess we'll talk about Dead Reckoning in a second. We'll focus on the first 6 right now. But anyway, this is the best action franchise, or it's my favorite action franchise of all time, I should say, not best. My favorite. Tom Cruise, again, he's one of my favorite actors. He'd be a top 10 for me. He's just so charismatic and entertaining. And Mission Impossible 1 is a solid small-scale spy film. Mission Impossible 2 is the only not good one. And then from 3 to Fallout, from 3 to Dead Reckoning, they've just been amazing. I mean, and it gets better and better almost every time. Mission Impossible 3, Philip Seymour Hoffman is the villain, great. Ghost Protocol, you introduce Jeremy Renner, you have the Bridge Khalifa scene in there, which is phenomenal. Rogue Nation is my second favorite of all of them. And Fallout is my number one favorite Mission Impossible movie, and just one of my favorite action movies of all time. It's like a top 40, top 50 movie for me. Henry Cavill is amazing in there as the villain. And the twists and turns, but it's the action spectacle. Tom Cruise putting his life on the line 10 times in a row in that film. The final helicopter stuff, the way it's able to build up the tension. I think it brings in all the stories really well. Ends off the thing with the guy with the beard that I can't remember the name of. Just ends it off, kind of wraps up a lot of it perfectly to then go into Dead Reckoning. And yeah, it's my favorite of the bunch. It's an amazing film. The bathroom scene, Henry Cavill with his iconic reloading of his fists and all that, just a great action movie. And we're done with shelf 4. We only have 2.5 shelves left, so let's keep cracking on. Alright, back row 5, keeping better pace. I'm learning, doing better. I guess let's just jump right back in. Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1, like I said, they were weirdly, now we just talked about the first 6, they were split up by the shelves. Another just amazing Mission Impossible film from 2023. The whole final train sequence and the bike and all that, obviously incredible. Tom Cruise feels the need to one-up himself. I will say, I'd put Fallout and Rogue Nation both above this one, but it's my third favorite still in this incredible action franchise, and Haley Atwell was a really great addition. And we got the steelbook for this one. Really cool looking steelbook there. We got a Monsters Inc. University 2-pack here. Monsters Inc. top tier Pixar, amazing, one of my favorite animated movies. Sully and Mike are a great duo. Monsters University is a fine prequel, got some funny moments, definitely not as good as Monsters Inc., but still solid. We've got Moon, a really underrated Sam Rockwell film here from 2009, I think. But yeah, Sam Rockwell is amazing in this film, kind of his Martian, but yeah, it's hard to talk about this movie without ruining it, because I went in knowing nothing about, except for it was Sam Rockwell on the moon, and it was a pleasant surprise. And yeah, Sam Rockwell is just phenomenal. He's the only person in the film, and he is amazing. That's all I'll say, to not spoiler it. Highly recommend if you haven't seen it. Mrs. Doubtfire, great comedy, one of my favorites growing up that I watched a lot. Robin Williams, hilarious in here, and yeah, got some touching, heartfelt moments in there as well. Mulan, another Disney Renaissance movie. I do not own the live action one of this, nor have I even seen it. I haven't heard good things, but maybe I'm sure I will get it one day. But great Disney Renaissance. I'll Make a Man Out of You, probably my sister's favorite Disney song ever, so I've heard it a million times. And it's good. It's a good song. Mulholland Drive, kind of bittersweet, is that the right word? To talk about this right now, David Lynch. I'm dating this video now, I guess, but David Lynch just passed away a few days ago. Obviously, iconic director. And this is a movie I need to rewatch because it's just a lot, for sure, and it's very mind-boggling. It's a movie I fully appreciate, and it's just an incredible watch in a filmmaking perspective and everything. But it's a lot. It fucks your mind, for lack of a better way of saying it. But so I need to give this one a rewatch, because I think this one could definitely benefit a lot from multiple viewings. My Neighbor Totoro, our next Studio Ghibli movie here, steelbook, really cool steelbook. This is definitely the most simple Studio Ghibli film, the most accessible one that I've seen, and it's a cute little one. Anyway, yeah, solid little Studio Ghibli movie. New Mutants, okay, X-Men movie. Not really very memorable. Yeah, it exists. The Nice Guys. This is one of my favorite comedies ever. I actually literally just prior to recording this watched this for like my third or fourth time, but the first time with my parents, they had never seen it, and you laugh just as much as you did the first time. Just such a great original comedy. Shane Black, Russell Crowe, and Ryan Gosling in this movie are perfect. They're back and forth, and their chemistry are off the charts. They're incredible. So many laugh out loud moments. I love this movie. It's one of my favorite comedies. It's really underseen, and I would have watched 10 of these films with Ryan Gosling and Russell Crowe as these characters, with Shane Black's quippy writing. This is Shane Black's best movie in my opinion, for sure. Just one of my favorites. And the fact that a movie like Kissing Booth somehow has 2 sequels, and yet in 9 years this has yet to even have a rumor of a sequel, that'll make you cry yourself to sleep at night. That's a crime. Yeah, this if I had to pick any movie to get a sequel, this is one of the first ones that comes to mind. It was robbed of, and I blame all of you for not going to see it in theaters. I was like 11. I'm not involved. That was not my fault. More people should have seen it. It's one of my favorite comedies for sure. Night at the Museum trilogy here. Some fun childhood movies, definitely some childhood nostalgia here. They're not anything amazing, but they're solid little fun movies with Ben Stiller. The first one's for sure the best. Nightcrawler, maybe Jake Gyllenhaal's best performance. I might give the edge to Prisoners personally, but I'm really biased to Prisoners because it's one of my all-time favorites. Not that this one isn't amazing as well. I absolutely love this movie. And yeah, Jake Gyllenhaal is phenomenal in here. Definitely gives American Psycho-esque vibes. Nightmare Before Christmas, a must-watch. If Grinch is my must-watch every Christmas, this is my must-watch every Halloween season. My favorite Tim Burton movie. I love this film, the songs. This is Halloween. What is this? Just iconic, memorable songs. Jack Skellington and Sally, such iconic characters. Yeah, I love this movie. That doesn't sound good. I don't know if you can hear that. It sounds like this case is like falling apart or something. That was weird. I'm not gonna lie, this movie was a bit of a disappointment for me, and maybe this is kind of a John Wick-esque movie. Maybe those just aren't my thing, because I heard people raving about this and I was really excited. Bob Odenkirk from Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad, and I think he's great in the movie, but it just I don't know, it did not stick with me at all. There was a few funny moments, but yeah, it was kind of a disappointment because I'd heard such great things about it, and then I watched it and I was like, that was just kind of a generic, forgettable action movie. This is one I probably need to this is one I definitely need to update to 4K. Top 10 all-time movie for me. Again, it's one of the posters that you can't see up in the stratosphere. But this movie is incredible. The top 10 all-time. Coen Brothers' best film. Javier Bardem in this film is top 5 performances of all time. He is terrifying in this film, and not just because of the haircut. Tommy Lee Jones and Josh Brolin are both incredible. This is just one of the best directed movies ever made. Every shot, every moment, every piece of dialogue, it's just perfect. The twist towards the end, again, I won't say, but it subverts your expectations kind of multiple times throughout the movie, but especially towards the end there. And yeah, I mean, it's phenomenal. kind of want to watch. You start talking about some of your favorite movies, like *Inglourious Bastards* or *No Country for Old Men*, and it just makes you really want to watch them. But I'm dedicated to this. Nope. Jordan Peele's third film, my least favorite of his three, but still solid outing. This is more just kind of a more what's the word I'm looking for? Not generic. I don't like that. This is far from generic, but it's definitely more of just kind of a fun type of movie with less messaging than Get Out or Us behind it, which makes it more digestible maybe. Fun alien film. Yeah. It's solid. The Northman, my second favorite Robert Eggers movie behind The Lighthouse. Just a great revenge story here. The cast is all amazing. Vikings, and again, I love Robert Eggers' style. He is a recent director that you can tell 5 seconds into his movie that it's his movie. It oozes onto the screen, and I love it, and it's beautiful, and this movie is great. No Time to Die, we mentioned it earlier. I really like this film. I think it's a great conclusion to Craig's Bond. Ana de Armas, kind of like Jesse Plemons in Civil War. She's in one scene in this movie, and she's phenomenal and so memorable. But yeah, I know it has a controversial with what it does with its ending, but I think it works, and I just think Craig's great as this character, and his growth throughout these movies is really good, so I was a fan of it, personally. I've kind of got the Leaning Tower of Pisa over here. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. This is a great Quentin Tarantino movie that I rewatched, I don't know, about a few months ago now, that I liked it better even the second viewing, because it had been about a year since I'd seen it the first time, and yeah, it's a fun movie. DiCaprio and Brad Pitt. Margot Robbie's limited screen time, she's really good in here, but DiCaprio and Brad Pitt are just great in this movie, and the last 20 minutes just go full blown what the hell Quentin Tarantino craziness, and I love it. And it's just kind of a love letter to that time period of Hollywood. And yeah, and he's got the twist with the history again, and the freaking to quote, not to quote Brad Pitt, but the fucking hippies in this movie, man. They were a stacked group of like yet to be famous actors. Maya Hawke, Austin Butler, Margaret Qualley, Mikey Madison. Like Quentin Tarantino just like randomly somehow picked a bunch of people that would go on to do a lot of big roles. Sydney Sweeney as well. Forgot to mention her. But yeah, great Quentin Tarantino movie. Onward. Solid Pixar film that got buried by COVID. Solid little brother film. Chris Pratt and Tom Holland. Not top tier Pixar, but it's not bottom tier either. It's kind of just right in the middle. Oppenheimer, Christopher Nolan's magnum opus in many ways. Phenomenal film, one of the best of a very close run for me between this and Across the Spider-Verse for the best movie of 2023. Again, Barbenheimer was an event. The cast is obviously absolutely stacked, and Cillian Murphy and Robert Downey Jr. rightfully won their awards. Emily Blunt's amazing though as well. Matt Damon adds some comedic kind of levity to the film, and it's epic. It's a 3-hour movie about the atomic bomb that keeps you engrossed and your eyes stuck to the screen for the entire runtime, with the courtroom drama and all of that, and it handles it beautifully. And the bomb scene, and this would be another one. The score, I keep adding movies to this, but Arrival, Dune 2, and Oppenheimer, those would be like top 3 scores of all time as well. Phenomenal. Palm Springs. Interesting story about this one. This is English, but you'll notice that is not, and it does have English, but it also has that. This is a Hulu exclusive, and it was not released on disc in America, but I found a Japan, I don't know why I said it like that. That was really weird. A Japan I can sort of speak English. Let's take another drink of Dr. Pepper. I've been talking for a long time. A Japan version of it on eBay for like $20, which is like normal Blu-ray price, and I loved this movie, so I bought it. But yeah, a really great movie, my favorite movie from 2020. I like this. It's the Groundhog Day twist. It's Groundhog Day with a twist. I like this better than Groundhog Day personally, which some people might say is crazy, but I do. Andy Samberg and Christina Milioti, who's getting her love now from The Penguin, are both amazing in this film, and it's hilarious, and yeah, I thoroughly enjoy that movie. One of my favorite comedies. Parasite. This is an all-timer for me, just outside of my top 20 all-time. Bong Joon-ho, best film from the ones I've seen from him. I can't wait for Mickey 17, his next movie, but just a phenomenal film. That's kind of a simple premise done to perfection. You know, the performances, the direction, everything about it, and it makes it so unique, and it adds comedic bits in there and kind of horror-esque bits in there as well. A phenomenal film that rightfully won Best Picture. Perks of Being a Wallflower. This is a great coming-to-age story. Logan Lerman, Emma Watson, almost said Stone there. My brain. I'm gonna make it. It's melting, but we're gonna get there. Ezra Miller is really good in this movie. Really touching film, and the twist towards the end of this movie really hit me the first time I watched it, definitely. And yeah, really good coming-to-age film. I think that's my cousin Diana's favorite movie, like, of all time, which, I mean, it's a great movie. So, Peter Pan, Disney Silver era, Disney, I believe. Oh man, you know, people say like, oh, some of those old Disney movies haven't aged well, or on Disney Plus they put the warnings, and you can maybe scoff at it a little bit and stuff, and you know, and you watch Snow White and Cinderella, and I really don't think some of them are that bad. Watch Peter Pan. Oh boy. I rewatched this movie 4 or 5 months ago for the first time in a long time, and oh man, it's bad. It has aged horribly. There is real bad stuff in this film. And you know, it's a Disney classic, iconic, but it's just not one I want to really revisit that often or think about that often, to be honest, after revisiting it recently. I think the best stuff in this film is Captain Hook and like Smee and the TikTok crocodile. I think that stuff's all really good. The concept of Peter Pan in general, of a guy in tights flying into little children's rooms and taking them to Netherland, is creepy in general, but that's not even what I'm talking about. I'm saying the stuff with like the Native Americans and some of the stuff with Wendy and Tinkerbell. You cringe while you're watching it. Now we're back. Now we talked about Kingdom. I just hit my hat. We talked about Kingdom earlier. We now have the Caesar trilogy. Rise easily is the weakest of the three for me, but it's still amazing. I absolutely love this trilogy, and I think Caesar is probably a top 10 movie character for me, to be honest, if not top 20. He's just a phenomenal character. Andy Serkis is incredible, but this is missing Matt Reeves' magic in a way, but it's still really good. This is easily the best of the three. One of my all-time favorite movies. My favorite Matt Reeves film, and just phenomenal. Koba is such an incredible villain, and yeah, just an amazing movie about apes on horses with machine guns that's able to feel so real and personal somehow. Amazing film. And then War. This is a film that's called War. It's the end of this epic trilogy, and it's very slow, and I think some people dismissed it for that reason, but this is a really great movie. Woody Harrelson is great in there as a villain, not on Koba's level, but he's great in there, and it's a great conclusion to this trilogy and to Caesar's character. So it's still amazing for me, and Matt Reeves definitely has mastered mastered those movies. So much so that I kind of wish they would have just let him keep going. But I know they wanted a different kind of vibe with Kingdom. Pokemon Detective Pikachu. It's a fine, little fun movie there. Ryan Reynolds voicing a little cute yellow thing, Pikachu. I'm not a huge like Pokemon fan, so I didn't get like super excited, but it's good. It's a solid film. Poltergeist, another kind of, again, just solid movie. I actually watched this for the first time on Halloween this year. I watched 2 movies for the first time, this and one we'll get to in a little bit. And yeah, it's a solid little film. With the family, you get kind of invested in. Nothing amazing, but it's good. Predator 4 movie collection. Maybe one of my hottest movie takes is that I don't think the first Predator is that great. I don't think it's bad, but it's just extremely cheesy, over-the-top 80s Arnold Schwarzenegger Predator stuff, and I get that that's kind of what it's supposed to be, but I just didn't get the hype. I watched it and I was like, yeah. And then Predator 2 is bad, and The Predator, which is the 4th one, the newest one, is horrible. It's atrocious. But the 3rd one in there, Predators, is my favorite of the bunch, and I know that that's like crazy to some that I like Predators better than the original Predator, but I really like Predators with Adrian Brody. It was much more just my style, and I found it much more enjoyable personally. And I've heard Prey is really good, so I need to check it out. The Prestige, Christopher Nolan. Another phenomenal Christopher Nolan movie. One I need to rewatch because it's been a hot minute. I want to say almost 2 years since I've seen this movie, so I really need to rewatch this one. But yeah, Hugh Jackman and Christian Bale, probably less than 2 years. That was an exaggeration, but Hugh Jackman and Christian Bale are both amazing in here. Great twist in here, and just the magicians, the back and forth, all that amazing Nolan film. Another one I don't even know if this exists on 4K, but it was the second it does, I'm getting it. Prisoners. This is a top 10 all-time for me, and when I said, Arrival's top 10, but it's not even my favorite from him, it's number 2. My dog just barked. It's because this one is my number 1 favorite from him. It's in my top 10 all-time. Hugh Jackman gives his best performance of all time in this movie. He's amazing in here, and again, Nightcrawler, Jake Gyllenhaal is amazing in Nightcrawler, but to me this is Jake Gyllenhaal's best performance as well. They both are 2 of my favorite all-time actors at the top of their game in here, and it's not a horror movie, but it's one of the most terrifying movies I've ever seen, and I can only imagine it would be even more terrifying and if you're a parent, because this is something real that can happen and happens so often, so that makes it way scarier than any ghost story or anything. And it's Denis Villeneuve is just able to keep the suspension and keep you on the edge of your seat even before anything happens in the first 10 minutes of the film. Before anything bad even happens, you just feel tense. There's a shot on a tree that's just amazing. That already just makes you feel eerie. Is this Roger Deakins? Yes, it is Roger Deakins. I thought so. So Roger Deakins cinematography, that would explain that. It's an amazingly well shot film. And yeah, it is Paul Dano further proving that he's typecast as a weird, creepy loner psycho, as well as David Dashamali, however you say his last name. He's not even on here, but he's also like that. And Viola Davis and Terrence Howard, even. Small parts, but so memorable and impactful and amazing in this movie. And again, an ambiguous ending that is done to perfection. It's done well. It's one of my all-time favorite endings, using a key item. I won't say exactly what it is, again, for spoilers, but using a key item that we've been referenced throughout the film to end it ambiguously but satisfactory, to be one of my favorite endings as well. So yeah, I absolutely love and adore this movie. Favorite movie from my favorite director, and in my top, it's actually my top 5 of all time. It's number 5, so. Quentin Tarantino's most iconic movie, Pulp Fiction. Now I put Django and Bastards both above this one, but It is amazing and iconic, rightfully so. Definitely the best is John Travolta and Samuel L. Jackson. Their storyline and their chemistry together are incredible. Their scenes together, and the stuff with Uma Thurman is great with the overdose and all that. And again, Tarantino, his best trait is dialogue, and the dialogue in this movie feels so natural, so real, and that's what Tarantino does best. The Bruce Willis stuff in here is really good, but I think it's the weakest, for me, part of the movie is the stuff with him, but it's still really good. And the out-of-order storytelling that's kind of been done a lot now. This was like one of the first big movies to do that, and it popularized it, and is one of the movies that's done it the best still. And yeah, and we'll never know what's in the briefcase. Next up, we have a pair of Quiet Place movies here. These are great thriller horror movies from the last, 2018 was 7 years ago now. So I guess from the last 7 years. I didn't put it together that was that long ago. But yeah, great movies here. John Krasinski, Emily Blunt, both are amazing. The kid actors as well are amazing, and I'm very excited for a third one based on how this one's end. I have not seen Quiet Place Day 1. I need to buy it to see it. I don't know if it can live up to these two. And I'm also, I think, in the minority here I think I actually prefer part 2 slightly. It'd be very close. I love the one location family feel of this one, but I think part 2 is more tense for me, and I really like Cillian Murphy as the addition in there as well. So I think I slightly prefer part 2. We've got both Raid movies here, two of the greatest action films of all time. I prefer these to John Wick. Personally, I think the first one's simple but effective, and then the second one does definitely get more complex story-wise. And yeah, the best hand-to-hand choreography of all time of what I've seen. They're incredible fight sequences in this movie, in both of these movies. Requiem for a Dream. It feels like forever ago that we talked about Black Swan, but I said I've seen 2 Darren Aronofsky movies and I love them both. I love Black Swan. Requiem for a Dream is just outside my top 20 movies of all time. So I really love Requiem for a Dream. This movie is amazing. This movie will haunt you and make you never ever want to touch a drug ever again. But it's phenomenal. And Ellen Bernstein. I don't know where Ellen Hirsch came from. Ellen Bernstein is incredible, and Jared Leto and Jennifer Connelly are both phenomenal as well. Maybe giving their best performances from what I've seen of them in this movie. It's terrifying. The music is phenomenal, and the last 10 to 15 minutes or so are just heart-pounding, gut-wrenching, disturbing at points stuff that are just amazing, and the movie off amazingly. And yeah, this is one of my all-time favorites, and it'll haunt you, but it's incredible. And the performances are incredible, and yeah I love it. I don't know what else to say. Reservoir Dogs, Quentin Tarantino's first movie. It was this or Death Proof, which Death Proof is one of his ones I haven't seen. I think this was his first, and then Death Proof. I'm pretty sure. Regardless, amazing movie. Again, a one location movie besides the starter diner scene, but a one location movie, and you'll never hear Stuck in the Middle with You and not think of this movie after you've seen it. Such an amazing scene there. And again, great realistic dialogue. Oh, I guess it's not really a one location because there's all the flashbacks, but whatever. Great movie. Again, told out of time like Pulp Fiction. Pulp Fiction does it better than this movie, but a great film with amazing dialogue, which you expect from Tarantino. Then we have the Rocky Heavyweight Collection, which is all 5 of the original Rockies plus Rocky Balboa. again, I said I prefer Creed, but the first Rocky is still great. Rocky 2 and 3 are both really good. Rocky 4 is stupid, and I know people love it, but it's just completely ridiculous. Like, almost the entire movie is training montages. It's absurd. And then Rocky 5 is real bad. It's really not good. And Rocky Balboa might be my second favorite of the bunch, maybe. I don't know. Actually, probably not. I'd probably say Rocky. I don't know. Maybe we'll do a Rocky ranking one day. But the first one's the best. And Sylvester Stallone, obviously born to play that character. Saving Private Ryan, my favorite Steven Spielberg movie and one of my all-time favorites, top 20, top 15 even movie of all time for me. The best war movie ever for me. Tom Hanks, the whole cast is amazing, and just gritty. The opening D-Day scene obviously is iconic, and yeah, just in a phenomenal wars film that follows this group of people on this journey, and feels real, and you develop all these characters out really nicely, and has a great conclusion as well. Next up, we have not the entire, but Saw 1 through 8. I have not seen Spiral or Saw 10. I need to buy both of them and watch them. I actually watched I watched the first Saw with my mom and aunt, and then like a while later, like a year or so later, I got this, and on a vacation in the car, I watched all of them, which was actually really kind of fun. I think it's kind of the way to watch these movies is a marathon, to watch them all back to back, because after the first one, none of them are really that good. Like, some of them are all right, but they're all dumb gore fest movies that repeat themselves over and over again. But when you watch them all back to back, they're kind of fun. They're stupid, but they're entertainment. The traps, you don't got to think too hard. There's a nice little twist at the end of every movie with the same music playing, and so it was a fun experience, and I had a good time watching this franchise, even though really the first one's good, the rest are kind of fine to bad. And the first one does have a great twist as well. They all have twists, but the first one is the best, most iconic twist. Scarface, next iconic Al Pacino film, kind of on a movie that's iconic and everything, but not one I resonated with or will rewatch probably that often, but it was good. It was really good, just not... And Al Pacino was amazing. Say Hello to My Little Friend, just not really a movie that clicked with me fully, personally. Schindler's List, my second favorite Spielberg film behind Saving Private Ryan. Come and See is the darkest film out there. This might be second in terms of that. It's definitely not one you're going to rewatch a lot, but it's an amazing film. Liam Neeson is incredible. Ralph Fiennes is incredible in here, and again, a haunting look at this period of history, and the final moment with Schindler where you're talking about saving them and breaking into tears is just an incredible emotional scene. But yeah, an amazing movie. And we have a franchise here with the Scream movies. The first Scream is my favorite horror movie of all time. It's top 30, if not just outside my top 30 all-time movies. I love this film. This is a must-watch every Halloween for me, more so even than Nightmare Before Christmas. I will just absolutely adore this film. Iconic characters, Sidney, Gale, Dewey, the iconic opening with Drew Barrymore. It's able to be a parody film that makes fun of the horror genre and is funny while still being a serious actual movie. It's not like a scary movie, ridiculous. It's an actual great horror film with a great set of killers in Billy Loomis and Stu, who are played amazingly by Skeet Ulrich and Matthew Lillard, while being able to make fun of the genre really well as well. I would say Scream is a rare franchise that has 6 movies now and hasn't had a bad one. There's better ones, and the first one's by far the best, but I don't think they've had a bad movie. I like Scream 2. I think it's a solid entry. Randy really gets to shine a lot in that one. Scream 3 is the weakest of the bunch with the movie set thing, but it makes for some fun, breaking the fourth wall and all that. Scream 4, a great continuation of this franchise, where it kind of subverts your expectations by making the legacy characters still be the main characters. And oh god, Hannah Pentinari, is that her name? Something along those lines. She's really great in here as Kirby. This is my favorite besides the original Scream 5 that was just called Scream again. You got all of the OG 3 back, but this time it really is a passing of the torch, and I think that Jenna Ortega and Melissa, however you say your last name, Melissa Beretta, do a great job at taking that torch, and you give it a lot of new great characters. I think the killers were really good with Jack Quaid and Mikey Madison. So yeah, this is my favorite besides the original. Scream 6 is a mixed bag for me. I think they do a lot of things really well. I think Jenna Ortega and Melissa are, again, the standouts here and do a really good job still in this film, but the killers aren't nearly as good. And then the side characters are still really good. These two are both great still. You don't have Sydney or Dewey anymore, obviously, and the ending gets a bit ridiculous, and also I just don't really know. They set some things up with Billy Loomis and stuff, which was kind of cool, but now with the firing and everything that's happened, I don't really know what's going to even go on. I think this is just done now, I guess, or we're just moving on with Scream 7. I don't really know. So it kind of puts a sour taste in your mouth a little bit, but it was still good. Magnum opus here. 7. Steelbook. 4K, literally just came out like a week ago, and I immediately pre-ordered and got it. I just had the plain old Blu-ray, and I was like, yes, I need that, because 7, there's actually 2 7 posters, that one there, and then one that's, again, up there that you can't see. This is my second favorite movie of all time. I absolutely adore 7. Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman as Detectives Somerset and Mills are two of my favorite fictional characters of all time. Kevin Spacey, despite his real life self, is great in this movie at the ending as the killer. David Fincher, again, this is his true first movie, because David Fincher is a director you just know you're watching a David Fincher movie. His vibe and style is so distinct. This movie is so gritty and so grimy, and it's perfect in that way. It's an incredible thriller. I've seen this movie an absurd amount of times, and anytime that anybody asks me what's the movie that made you fall in love with movies, sure, I loved Marvel and Star Wars and stuff, and yeah, I loved kind of blockbusters like Jaws and Jurassic Park, but if you're talking the movie that really made me fall in love with film, that made me think about the directors, the actors, the cinematography, the writing, all of that, it's 7. Watched it for the first time in a hotel with my dad, after I had already quoted the movie What's in the Box from a movie YouTuber I watched, the Flick Pick, and my family was like, where the heck do you know that, Thumb? So I actually said the line, what's in the box, before I'd even seen the movie. Got a shirt with Brad Pitt on it. Then I finally watched it, and it blew me away. And I've absolutely adored and loved it ever since. And it is the movie that made me fall in love with movies. It's my second favorite movie of all time. And yeah, I love it so much. I literally watched this movie a week ago when I got this 4K Steelbook, and I want to watch it again now, just thinking and talking about it. I love this movie. And obviously the final moments with what's in the box and all of that is one of my favorite movie scenes and moments ever. Shang-Chi, The Legend of the Ten Rings, kind of an MCU movie. It exists. Shawshank Redemption, one of my all-time favorites, top 30 movie of all time for me. Tim Robbins and Morgan Freeman, both great in there. Just an inspiring, great film. Look at the prison cycle, the scene with what's his name, Mel? Is that his name? The guy with the bird that gets out halfway through the movie. Is his name Mel? I think his name is Mel. We're going to go with that. That moment is great, and one of the best endings to any movie ever. One of the most satisfying endings to any movie ever. Yeah, it's an all-time for a reason. Again, completionist, that's why I own these. The first one's fine, and the second one's not. I don't have much to say about these. Yeah, they're just not very. They're mediocre DC movies. When you talk about like movies like Seven and Seven, Scream, Shawshank Redemption, and then you pull out two Shazams, you don't really even know what to say. I mean, the first one's not bad; it's fine. Zachary Levi had fun in the role, but then the second one was just not good. The Shining. This is the other new movie I watched on Halloween, along with The Poltergeist, and it's the other Kubrick film. I do like this movie much more than 2001: A Space Odyssey or Clockwork Orange, but I don't like it nearly as much as Doctor Strangelove. It's in the middle there. Jack Nicholson and Shelley Duvall are both phenomenal in here. Jack Nicholson is obviously incredible, and Shelley Duvall gives one of the best just complete terror performances ever, of just complete fear in there, and it's obviously iconic in so many ways, but again, Kubrick just doesn't fully vibe with me, and there was a lot that just left me scratching my head by the end of the movie. Shrek 4-movie collection. The first one is probably my second favorite animated movie of all time, behind Toy Story. I've seen it a million times, grew up on the Shrek movies, love Shrek. Shrek and Donkey, great duo. Shrek 2, phenomenal sequel. I do prefer the first one. I know a lot of people prefer the second, but the second one's great. You got the Tooth Fairy edition of Puss in Boots, amazing in there. And then Shrek 3 and 4 are both not good. They're meh. But the first two are amazing, and the first one, phenomenal. Shutter Island, great, underrated, in my opinion, Martin Scorsese movie. Leonardo DiCaprio kills it like he always does. Mark Ruffalo's great. Ben Kingsley's great. A great twist that I predicted pretty early, but it didn't change my, how do I say this? It didn't hinder, that's the word I was looking for, hinder my love for the movie at all. Like, I was still super intrigued, and I didn't know all the answers, but the main general twist I guessed like 10-15 minutes into the movie. But I didn't know everything yet, so and I didn't really didn't hinder my enjoyment of the movie. It was still amazing, intriguing, and yeah, really great Scorsese film. It doesn't feel like a Scorsese film. It's kind of very different from most of his other movies, but of the ones I've seen, it's my second favorite personally, behind The Departed. Sicario, another Mission Impossible scenario where this is the last movie on this shelf, which means the first one on the next shelf is going to be the sequel to Sicario, Day of the Soldado, but they're separated because they're also vastly different in quality. But let's just talk about the incredible first film, Sicario. This is a top 30, if not just outside my top 30 movie of all time. Denis Villeneuve, once again, masterclass at work here. Incredible film. Emily Blunt gives my favorite performance from her that I've seen. She's amazing in this movie, and Benicio del Toro and Josh Brolin are both amazing in here as well. Again, he's great at building intensity, making tense scenes and all of that. He's great at, in this movie, does that so many times throughout, and it's an incredible movie. It's an incredible movie. Denis Villeneuve, I'll rave about him all day long. One of my all-time favorites. Yeah, phenomenal performances. Simple-esque story done to perfection. It really is, because of the man behind the camera. And we're done with shelf, what is that, 5? On to shelf 6, which is our last full shelf, and then we just have a half shelf for shelf 7. So I'm going to go swap these out. All right, back at it with our last full row. Yeah, let's just get into it. Again, we're starting with a continuation from the last shelf of Sicario, Day of the Soldado. And if you ever want to show someone how much a director impacts a film, just show them the two Sicario movies. This is everything that Sicario could have been, in a bad way. It's not a bad movie. It's just a sequel to an incredible Denis Villeneuve film, and you lose Denis Villeneuve and you lose Emily Blunt, who, again, these two are both amazing, but Emily Blunt was probably the best performance in my opinion on that first movie. And you get a fairly generic drug cartel film that's not nearly as memorable. I will maybe never rewatch, and it's fine. So yeah, it's a true showcase of a Denis Villeneuve film, and then you take that director away, and you just get a movie that's nowhere in comparison or relation to it. Again, it's not a bad movie. It's stacked up against one of my all-time favorites. So, speaking of one of my all-time favorites, Sing Street is one of my all-time favorites. I love this movie. When I lied about Ferris Bueller being my favorite coming-to-age movie, it's because this is my favorite coming-to-age movie. Sing Street, it's amazing film, brotherly story, and also a love, romance-esque story with these two here. And it's the songs, Drive It Like You Stole It, Riddle of the Model, just Brown Shoes, such amazing, memorable songs, and a great story. One of the most satisfying endings to any movie ever. And I love this one, and it's really rewatchable as well. Great brotherly story in there. Smile, a nice kind of like a Megan type thing of a nice little surprise horror film. Nothing amazing, but it was solid and fun. And there's a second one now that I haven't seen, but I've actually heard is good. So, Snowpiercer, the only other Bong Joon-ho movie I've seen besides Parasite, and it's no Parasite, but it is still really good. Chris Evans in there, and the same guy, I can't remember his name, that's in like all of Bong Joon-ho's movies. Song Kang-ho. Don't know if I said that right, but this is a really great and unique film, with a really solid ending as well. It's really good, but it's just not Parasite. I really need to see Memoirs of a Murder, which is another film of his. But anyway, David Fincher, another weird backwards case here, Social Network. This would come out. He does have really cool discs, though, even though they're backwards, so I'll give him that. And when I say backwards, I mean because when you put it on the shelf to have it be the right way on here, when you flip through them and you see all the covers, then you're just going to see nothing for this. And it's the same with Gone Girl as well. But anyway, it's besides the point. This is a great movie, Aaron Sorkin's script, and you can tell while watching it's fast-paced, amazing dialogue. And it's a movie about Facebook that's super intriguing. Jesse Eisenberg's incredible in here, but the standout performance is, I was about to say Adam Sandler for some reason, is Andrew Garfield. He is great in here, and his whole lawyer up scene is obviously iconic, rightfully so. Great scene, phenomenal movie. A lot of people's favorite Fincher film. I personally put Seven and Fight Club above it, but it's still incredible. Soul, a really good Pixar film that the first watch it was kind of just there, and then I rewatched it about 6 or so months ago, and it was actually really good. I enjoyed it a lot more the second time. It's kind of like Inside Out, but for the afterlife, and it's good. It's a good movie, good Pixar movie. Speed, iconic 90s, right? I want to say, pretty sure it's 90s. It's got to be 90s, right? Is there any year on here in any way, shape, or form? I don't know. I can't find a year, and I'm going to stop wasting time looking for it. But whatever, it doesn't even really matter. Great little action film that I have not seen in a long time, to be honest with you. But yeah, Bus, Keanu Reeves, Sandra Bullock, action, good. Just going to start speaking like that the rest of the video in like one-word sentences. No, I won't do that. Sam Raimi Spider-Man trilogy here. Trilogy of my childhood. For sure. Grew up with these Spider-Man films. Tobey Maguire is the best Spider-Man still, I would say, of the three. I think it's closer than other people would say, but he is the best. overall, in my opinion. I like the first one better than the second one, which I know is unpopular. Or I know a lot of people like the second one better, but I love the first one. Willem Dafoe's Green Goblin's amazing. The origin story, all of that, I just think it's perfect. But the second one is amazing as well, with Doc Ock and the train and all that. And the third one's easily the weakest of the three. Sandman's really good in there, and there is some really good stuff in there with like Harry and stuff. But I mean, the black suit stuff it's become a giant meme for a reason. It is laughably bad. Then we have the three Tom Holland Spider-Man films. Homecoming, really great Spidey kind of intro to the MCU. Obviously he had Civil War, but then this, Michael Keaton's amazing as Vulture. Far From Home, a solid, fine MCU film. Easily the weakest of these three for me, but it's good, and Jake Gyllenhaal's fun in there as Mysterio. And then No Way Home, just a love letter to Spider-Man fans. This and Homecoming would be pretty close for me, because I think Homecoming is definitely the better movie, because it's kind of sloppy in the first half with the story. But experience-wise, anticipation-wise, this one for sure takes the cake. Seeing them three together on screen was amazing. The villains, Dafoe is phenomenal, and here again is Goblin. And so yeah, just a love letter to Spidey fans. And Spider-Man is my second favorite superhero of all time, behind Batman. But these are the best Spider-Man movies ever, point blank, period, no argument. These are incredible films, Into and Across the Spider-Verse. Two of my favorite superhero movies of all time. Two of my favorite movies of all time, just amazing animated films, pushing the boundaries of what animation is doing. And look, the first one was gorgeous, and the second one was even more gorgeous. I do prefer Across to Into the Spider-Verse, but they're really close, honestly. I love Peter B. Parker and Miles' relationship in this one, and it is a full film, a full story, which you gotta give it credit for. But I do slightly prefer Across the Spider-Verse. I think what they do with Miles and Gwen's relationship is really great, and bringing the whole multiverse in Spider-Man 2099. And I think even though it is definitely a part one that ends to be continued, unlike Infinity War, which kind of feels like a full film, or even Dead Reckoning feels like a full film, this is for sure a part one that ends with a cliffhanger. But I do think Gwen definitely gets a full, rounded out story in this movie, a really good one as well, and she might be the standout of the film. And so, but yeah, both amazing movies. Then we have another Studio Ghibli Steelbook with Spirited Away. A lot of people's favorite. I slightly prefer Howl's Moving Castle, but this one is probably the most visually gorgeous of them, and an amazing film. Hayao Miyazaki again. A gorgeous movie. Split. I think this is an underrated film. Personally, I really enjoy this one. I like this better than Unbreakable. I have yet to see Glass, but I actually like this better than Unbreakable. I know that's crazy to some people to say, but I really like this movie a lot. I think James McAvoy was robbed of an Oscar nomination because he does phenomenal in this film as the different personalities. I think Anna Taylor-Joy does a really good job. I just think it's a really great thriller with a superhero twist to it. That I really like, and I think it's underrated. Spotlight, one of my all-time favorites, a top 20 movie of all time for me, based off a true story, and it's disgusting to hear throughout, but as like what went on with the popes and Catholic Church and all that, but it's an expertly crafted film here, from the dialogue, the cuts to different scenes, the performances, just everything. It's perfect. It's a great, well-made film, and that it flies by despite being about such a serious topic and matter and stuff, and all the performances are amazing. And the standout here is Mark Ruffalo. He does incredible in the scene where he yells, "We can't let anyone get away with this." Not a priest, not a cardinal, not even a pope or whatever. It just is a great moment scene. So yeah, I really love this movie, and it's a year where the Oscars actually got something right, because it did win Best Picture. Stand By Me, Steelbook here. Again, one of those, the best of those coming to age group of like younger people movie. A really great film. Corey Feldman, River Phoenix. Will Wheaton, Jerry O'Connell. My brain cells are burning out. I knew River Phoenix and Corey Feldman, and then I wanted to think of the names, and I couldn't, and I looked at the disc, and then I still just nothing came out of my mouth. I think I just, like, my brain shut off for a second. Anyway, we're back. Great movie about this group of young kids, and just it's a feel-good film, and great Stephen King adaptation, and yeah. And I love the final line of, does anyone have kids like they're 12 or whatever? Yeah, great message, great little relic of time, you could say. Then we have these two films. The Suicide Squad, the original one, is a mess. It's got some fun moments. Margot Robbie's amazing as Harley Quinn, but it's a disastrous movie, really, from how many times it was cut to shit according to David Ayer. And then you have James Gunn's The Suicide Squad, by far the best film in the DCEU, one of my favorite DC movies, one of my favorite superhero movies. It's great, it's funny, the cast is phenomenal in here, the characters, such a lovable crew, kind of like the Guardians, Bloodsport, Ratcatcher, King Shark, Peacemaker, Rick Flag, and obviously, again, you got Margot Robbie as Harley Quinn, Polka Dot Man as well, can't forget about him, but just one of the funniest DC films. This is my second favorite James Gunn film behind the first Guardians, and I actually might say this is funnier than any of the Guardians films for me. It just vibes with me more on the humor level. Not to say that the Guardians movies aren't hilarious, they are, but I really love this movie, and it's a great soundtrack, similar to the Guardians films as well. Whoever thought we would see Starro in live action? I certainly didn't. Superman 5-pack here, Richard Donner. I am going to make it to the end of this video. Trust me, we're running low on Dr. Pepper. It's getting worrisome. Anyway, Christopher Reeves, the original 4 Christopher Reeves films, plus Superman Returns in here as well. The first one is the best, iconic. Christopher Reeves is just perfect as this character of the opposite of Clark Kent, and Superman does it so well. Gene Hackman is great as Lex Luthor. Superman 2 is really good. I vastly prefer the theatrical version to the Richard Donner cut. I think the Richard Donner cut's changes were weird, and I just don't like them that much, which I do have right here, obviously, as you can see as I'm holding it. And then Superman 3 and 4 are just not very good. 4 is horrible. They made up their own villain with Nuclear Man, and it's just real bad. And then Superman Returns was fine with Brandon Routh, and it's solid, it's okay, but the first 2 are for sure the best ones of the bunch. And then we have another Superman movie here. An animated Superman film. Solid, fine. Little DC animated movie. It was okay. It has Lobo. Super Mario Bros. Animated movie. I think this could have been so much better than it was. I think it could have been like amazing, and it just wasn't for me. I love Mario. I have a lot of nostalgia with Mario, and this film just didn't fully do it for me. It was fun. It was fine, but it could have been so much better. Synecdoche, New York. There's no way that's how you say that. I've seen this movie and I still don't know how you pronounce that. They never actually say that word in the film, I don't think. Synecdoche. I'm not even gonna try. The weird-ass movie with Philip Seymour Hoffman. Yeah, this film, I totally respect it, but it's not one that vibed with me. It's kind of a Kubrick scenario, but I like this better than Kubrick's films, besides Dr. Strangelove, because Philip Seymour Hoffman, I mean, he's one of the best actors of this century. I mean, he's phenomenal, and he's phenomenal in this film, and there's some great moments, and I get some of the messaging, but some of it just loses me and goes too far, so I understand why a lot of people love this film, but it just wasn't really for me. And unlike Mulholland Drive, it's a film that I feel like I could rewatch and again grow on me. I don't see that one so much. That one did not give me rewatching type vibes, personally. Talk to Me, a solid little A24 horror film, with a hand. Yeah, solid little movie there. Uh, Tangled. Great Disney movie. My sister's favorite and just one of her favorite movies of all time. So I've seen it like a million times, and therefore it's one of my favorite Disney movies. It's great. The best of Disney revival, I would say. Rapunzel and Flynn are just a great duo in here. Great fun side characters. Yeah, just a really great return to form of Disney. It gives Disney Renaissance vibes, even though it's Disney revival. Amazing Disney movie. We have the Steelbook for Taxi Driver. Similar to Scarface. I like this better than Scarface, but this is another one that I get classic, iconic. Robert De Niro was amazing in it. Scorsese's direction shines through, but it's just not one that really clicked with me or that I loved by any means, but it was good, and I like it better than Scarface, but it gives me that same sort of feeling. Ted 1 and 2. The first Ted is one of my all-time favorite comedies. It's just hilarious. I think Mark Wahlberg and Seth MacFarlane do are great together, have great chemistry back and forth and everything. And Mila Kunis is really good in the first one, and just so many standout funny moments. The second one has those same standout funny moments, but overall as a film and a story and everything, and they ditched Mila Kunis, which really kind of janked the first film's messaging as well. So yeah, Ted 2 is not nearly as good. It has some funny stuff in there, but as a film overall, it's meh. But the first one's great. I really like the first Ted. Next up, we've got some Ninja Turtle movies. My favorite version of the Ninja Turtles is the one I grew up with, which was the Disney XD or whatever, or Nickelodeon. It was Nickelodeon, I think. Turtles, from 2010 to 2015 or whatever, around that time period. Those were great. That's a great cartoon. I need to find that somewhere and watch it, because I love the Ninja Turtles. And the first of these three is amazing. That would be my second favorite behind that cartoon. Great classic 90s film. The Turtles are all perfect. April's great. Casey Jones is great. Just I love the first Ninja Turtles film. The second one, I know some people like it for nostalgic reasons. I only really ever grew up watching the first one. Didn't watch the second one until recently, and it's not good at all, in my opinion. It's real over the top, cheesy, and bad. And then the third one was absolutely atrocious. It was a bore to get through. Then you got the Michael Bay film here. It's fine. It's everything you'd expect from Michael Bay. You know, shaky camera action sequences where you can't tell what the hell is happening, fart jokes, and sexualizing Megan Fox. It's pretty much your Michael Bay package right there. But yeah, it's fine. Teenage Mutant, and I have not seen the second one, so I don't even own it. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem. This was a really good little animated film from 2023. It was really good. It definitely focuses more on the teenage style of the Turtles, and yeah, it was funny. It was good. Really a solid Ninja Turtle animated film there. Tenet. This is definitely a mind-boggling movie. It definitely one I think I've only seen it once, so I need to rewatch probably to give it its full due, because it definitely leaves you thinking, and it's very intriguing, and it's got all the Nolan stuff you love in it. The sound design is a bit poor in this film, which is not something you expect from Nolan. He's usually amazing with that, but there's definitely moments in here where I'm like, I cannot hear what the hell the characters are saying because the music is so goddamn loud. Which again, Nolan's usually great at using big music, sound effects, but you can still hear the characters, but this film did not do that. Nonetheless, it's a really good still Nolan film. Just probably my least favorite of his movies, probably, I would say. Again, I haven't seen Insomnia or Following. My knuckles bleeding a little bit there. That's fine. Power through. We have the Terminator movies here. First two James Cameron Terminators, great films. First one's more horror not horror, more thriller type movie. Great introduction to this world. Kyle Reese is great, but T2 is definitely is the superior one in my opinion. I love the first one, but the second one's amazing, all-time movie. Having Arnold be the good guy, it was great. His relationship, seeing it with John Connor and Sarah Connor, obviously Linda Hamilton, forgot her last name for a second, is great. And here is Sarah Connor, badass, and hasta la vista, baby. Come with me if you want to live. Obviously, I'll be back from the first one. Great quotes in these movies. But yeah, two amazing James Cameron films. And then they just never know when to stop, do they? Terminator 3, stupid, but it has some redeemable qualities. Salvation, this is easily the best of the bunch besides the first two. Still leaps and bounds below the first two, but it's easily the best of the bunch. You got Christian Bale and Sam Worthington. I think there was some nice concepts in there. And Bryce Dallas Howard as well, isn't that one? Terminator Genesis, got Emilia Clarke, Daenerys on the back there. But it's a mess of a movie. Probably the worst Terminator movie, probably, I would say. Yeah, probably the worst one. Yeah, it's a mess. Steelbook for some reason, though. It was real cheap, so I got it. Terminator Dark Fate, bringing back Linda Hamilton, Sarah Connor, and it still somehow just another Terminator movie. It was mediocre. It undoes T2's satisfying ending. It's just, yeah, this franchise, it's kind of a dumb franchise that you can just watch, but definitely, besides, like, as in this, well, when I say that, I mean not talking about the first two, but after the first two. It's kind of just a dumb franchise that you can have some fun with, but none of them are very good. But the first two, great. Then we have There Will Be Blood, Paul Thomas Anderson, his only movie that I have seen, which I know is crazy. I need to see more of his movies. Again, Daniel Day-Lewis, he comes out of a cave every 10 years and just gives a phenomenal performance. This is his best that I've seen from him. And yeah, this is one of those movies where every shot is beautiful, every moment is amazing, the dialogue's great. I'd kind of put it in the Godfather type of scenario for me, where it's an incredible film that I fully respect and I really love. I like this better than the Godfather movies, so I would put it higher than the Godfathers, but it's in that same sense of, it's not like an all-time favorite personally or one I'll go back and watch a lot, but it's great. And I'll drink your milkshake. The bowling scene at the end, great, probably the best scene in the movie. Also, Paul Dano, obviously Daniel Day-Lewis is phenomenal, but people don't talk about Paul Dano enough in that movie. He's incredible in that film. The Thing, John Carpenter's The Thing, Kurt Russell, phenomenal movie, one of my favorites. Just an iconic film, one location, the effects hold up, body horror type of movie for sure, and yeah, great of mystery of who is the thing, such a great concept, done really well. I have not seen the 2011 remake or prequel or sequel, whatever the hell it is. I've actually heard it's not bad, but I have not seen it. Oh god, almost just dropped a bunch of movies. Alright, we got the Thor films. The first one is a solid Kenneth Branagh, I'm gonna say more solid. It's really good. I like the first Thor quite a bit, and I think again, when you look at overall the MCU, it's middle tier, but it's good. I really like it. I think it gives you Tom Hiddleston as Loki for the first time. Asgard's real epic. I think Natalie Portman as Jane and Jane and Thor have some good chemistry together in there. So yeah, it's a solid Phase 1 MCU film. Thor: The Dark World, not the worst MCU film anymore, but it is probably the most bland, boring, and forgettable. And I'll pay you $10 if you can tell me who Malekith is. Yeah, that's a character in this movie. Thor: Ragnarok. Taika Waititi gave this franchise an injection of energy that it needed. It's a fun blast of a film. It feels very comic booky. I really love this movie. It's funny. Chris Hemsworth's great. Set him up for Infinity War nicely. And then Taika Waititi injected it with energy, and then he overdosed it with Thor: Love and Thunder. probably my least favorite movie in the MCU, to be honest with you. And I do think it has some good stuff in here. I liked Natalie Portman back as Jane. I think she did good in the cancer like storyline and stuff. And Christian Bale is obviously gonna give an amazing performance when you tell him to do Gore the God Butcher, even though he's in like 3 scenes and doesn't fit the vibe of the movie at all. But everything else is just so bad that it doesn't even matter. The CGI in certain moments is horrible. It's completely over the top, just ridiculous, and I just don't know what they were doing. And I thought we were taking the Thor franchise in a good direction, and they just completely flopped it. It's not good. 3 Billboards Outside Ebbing, Missouri. Great Best Picture winner, I believe. Did this win Best Picture? No, it did not. It did not win Best Picture. But Frances McDormand and Sam Rockwell both won. Which Sam Rockwell in this movie is amazing. He's definitely, all 3 of them, Woody Harrelson, Frances McDormand, and him, all do great. But Sam Rockwell's for sure the standout. He's incredible in this film. And yeah, great movie based off a true story. Yeah, really good movie from that year. Whatever year that movie came out. 2017 maybe? I don't know. Titanic, classic, iconic James Cameron film. Leonardo DiCaprio, Kate Winslet, King of the World, all that jazz. Iconic film. A lot of memories from a kid watching this a lot. Yeah. Top Gun, solid 80s kind of cheese movie that kind of lacked a plot in a lot of ways, but solid. And then Top Gun Maverick, the best legacy sequel of all time. It was actually Blade Runner 2049, I guess, is a legacy sequel. But it's a damn close second, and far superior to the first one. One of my all-time favorite movies, in like the top 40 or around there, favorite movies of all time. Just an incredible, incredible film. The event movie of 2022. And yeah, Tom Cruise, obviously incredible in here as Maverick. But everyone's, Miles Teller, Glenn Powell, both do great in here. This is kind of the beginning of Glenn Powell's career in a lot of ways. Jennifer Connelly's really good in here. And this one does have a story of the mission and all that, and him teaching it to them, and it's done perfectly from beginning to end. The plane sequences are phenomenal. Obviously, Tom Cruise doing a lot himself. And just an amazing modern summer blockbuster, and one of the best movies of this decade so far. Then you have The Town here. This would be I talked about something similar to this earlier, of a movie that I liked it, don't get me wrong. I really liked it. It was really good. Had some tense moments. I think Ben Affleck did great. But I just heard such amazing things about this movie, and it just didn't live up to those hypes for me. But it was still really good. Heist film just did not live up to my expectations that I had set by what other people had said. But yeah, still good. And the only Ben Affleck directed movie I've seen. I need to see Argo and Air. He's done more than that. I just can't think of him. All 4 Toy Stories here. You're really here for the first 3. The first one, just outside my top 10 movies of all time. My favorite animated movie of all time. One of the movies I've seen the most in my life. All 3 of these, really, but in particular the first one. Just childhood nostalgia poured all over these 3 films. I watched the first 2 a million times growing up. Saw the third one in 2010 when it came out in theaters. One of my earliest theater experiences. I would have been 4, and I remember seeing that movie in theaters, so definitely one of my earliest theater memories. And then watched that one a million times. Just maybe my favorite trilogy. No. The OG Star Wars trilogy would be number 1 probably, but a damn close second. Fifth trilogy of all time. They're just all 3 perfect, amazing movies. First one's my favorite, then the third, then the second, but they're just phenomenal. And then they did a 4th one for some reason, and now they're doing a 5th one for some reason. They should have stopped while they were ahead. The 4th one is not bad by any means. It's got some good moments, some good heart in there, but just a huge downstep, personally, in my opinion, from the first 3 that are incredible. Training Day. This is a great film about corrupt cops and all that, and Ethan Hawke does amazing here, but Denzel Washington, one of the all-time actors at the top of his game, giving one of his best performances, just absolutely phenomenal. King Kong ain't got shit on me. He is incredible in this film, and yeah, just a great movie. Got some tense moments in there, work really well. Tucker and Dale versus Evil, one of my favorite comedies of all time, the ultimate dumb comedy movie, and it's just hilarious. Yeah, it's a stupid movie with a lot of stupid jokes, and they just work for me. It's one of my favorite comedies. I love this movie. If you haven't seen it, you should go watch it. You will have a good time. Watch it with a group of friends or family, or hell, just watch it by yourself even. You'll still laugh your ass off. Unbreakable, great M. Night Shyamalan early film. Yeah, great movie. I do, again, like I said, I prefer Split. I know that's unpopular, but this is an amazing movie. Bruce Willis, Sam Jackson, both give great performances in there. Uncharted, I don't know why I own this, because I'm a completionist that has to own everything they watch. I absolutely adore Uncharted and Last of Us, just Naughty Dog, the video games in general. The Last of Us games are some of my all-time favorites, and shortly behind those are the Uncharted games that I absolutely adore and love. And I knew going into this movie that it wasn't gonna be that at all. Was not gonna live up to the games in any way, shape, or form, and I was right. I thought maybe they could prove me wrong, but they didn't. Tom Holland and Mark Wahlberg are just atrocious casting as Nathan Drake and Sully. So it's a fine adventure, like, puzzle movie, but when they slap the name Uncharted on it, nah. Criterion Collection here of Uncut Gems, amazing movie, amazing A24 film. Adam Sandler's best performance in my opinion, for sure. A more dramatic role from him. I'd love to see him do more of this because he is amazing in this movie. The Safdie brothers, want to definitely check out more of their stuff. Just amazing film. He will piss you off in this movie with his addiction to gambling, and yeah, it's just a great watch and a great movie. Us are the second Jordan Peele film, the last one we'll be talking about here. And yeah, really good movie. I like this better than Nope, but not as much as Get Out. I think this is a better movie when it's just a home invasion, like, family horror film. I think Lupita Nyong'o and Winston Duke both do a great job. I liked the twist, but when this film starts to try and get into its messaging, it kind of starts to lose me. I think with Get Out, it blended perfectly. It works amazingly. It was powerful and worked with the story. With here, it kind of gets in the way in some ways, and I didn't really even fully understand what the hell was happening at some points. But still, it was good. Then we have Venom, yet another scenario where we're going to be talking about Let There Be Carnage next. Have not seen The Last Dance, so I don't own that one. These are the only two actually in the Sony Universe movies that I've watched. I've somehow dodged the bullet of those films, but I'll force myself to suffer my way through Madam Web, Morbius, and Kraven the Hunter. Maybe one night I'll just sit down and watch all three of those movies, although I think that could be considered like torture or something, but from what I've heard, I haven't seen them, but I've heard they're atrocious, and I'm sure they are, because really these Venom movies aren't that good. The only reason they're good at all is because of Tom Hardy. He's great, and his relationship with Venom is fun to watch. Tom Hardy's one of my all-time favorite actors, and he's fun in these films, but they're stupid and not really that good in reality. All right. And we are almost done. We literally have a half a shelf left, and then some TV shows that we're going to talk about, and then that's it. Alright, we're now on to our final shelf, and since it's not a full shelf, I went ahead and grabbed the shows as well, and you'll notice there's some stuff missing from the top of the shelf that we'll get to in a second as well. But anyway, Venom Let There Be Carnage. This movie I like better than the first one. Probably they'd be close. The first one's better made movie, but this one's just kind of more dumb fun. And you get Tom Hardy as Venom from the very beginning, and Woody Harrelson as Cletus Cassidy. Carnage is the best villain in this franchise. So even though it's still not that good, it's probably slightly better than Venom, just in enjoyability at least. V for Vendetta. This is an amazing comic book film here. Natalie Portman and Hugo Weaving are both amazing in this film. And it's just a great Alan Moore comic that was turned into an amazing film. Just phenomenal performances from both the leads, and really immerses you in this world. And yeah, I really, really love that movie quite a lot. Then we have a Criterion collection of WALL-E. My second favorite Pixar movie besides the first Toy Story. I love WALL-E. It's just the first 30 or 20 minutes or whatever, where it's literally just him on Earth by himself picking up garbage and stuff, is so visually beautiful. And WALL-E's one of those fun characters you can just watch forever. He's cute and fun, like a Grogu type. And then when Eve comes into the picture and you get more of the story and everything, and then the space stuff is great, and kind of a scary look into the possible future that maybe is becoming more and more possible. Just a great, beautiful Pixar film. Warrior, a really underrated MMA film, one of my all-time favorites, top 30 movie ever for me. Tom Hardy and Joel Edgerton are both amazing, but Nick Nolte's also great in here as their dad, and the brotherly relationship and both the relationships with the father is amazing. And that final 20 minutes is just complete payoff and satisfaction and an amazing conclusion to an amazing movie. You have Watchmen here. This is the director's cut, because Zack Snyder has to make a director's cut of everything. And here's one of the things missing from the top of the shelf. This little nice, really cool Watchmen collector's edition thing. The main reason I bought it is it came with the graphic novel, but then it also has the other 12 cuts of Watchmen in here, with this really cool background thing as well. So. But yeah, this has the theatrical. Well, no, this one has the theatrical cut as well. In there, yeah. But this one also has the theatrical cut, the director's cut, the special edition cut with the cartoon thing in it, and then the DVD. But the main reason I got it was it was a really good price, and the cool case, and it had the graphic novel in here, which I now have with my other graphic novels. But yeah, pretty cool case there that flips back and forth between the movie and show version. And set this on around over here. But I love Watchmen. It's my favorite Zack Snyder film easily. I think it's amazing page for page copy of the comic that looks gorgeous. Great music in there. And yeah, I love this film. I love the characters. I think they're done really well. And what's his name? Oh man. Jackie Earle Haley is phenomenal as Rorschach. I couldn't think of his name. But, I mean, all the characters in here are great. Jeffrey Dean Morgan as the comedian. Silk Spectre is really good. You have, I'm just blanking on everyone's name. Patrick Wilson as Owlman, a Night Owl. Night Owl. Or is it Owlman? They're both DC characters. I get them confused all the time. Anyway, and it's 3 a.m. and I've been talking for 3 hours, so cut me some slack. But amazing movie. Great film with a good ending as well in there, with Rorschach and everything. The Way Back is a film I watched. My dad wanted to watch it, so I watched it with him and my mom. And it was pretty good, so I picked it up on Blu-ray. It's a solid film, not anything spectacular, but it's really good. It's got Ed Harris, Colin Farrell, and a young Saoirse Ronan in there. It was good, based off a true story. Whiplash. This is an all-timer for me. We touched on it earlier. Poster, all that. Damien Chazelle's first movie and his best. This is my third favorite movie of all time. I guess I've given you my top 5 at this point, so I might as well say that. I just have realized something just now, this very second, because I said I gave you my top 5. Let's put Whiplash down for a second. So, my top 5 movies of all time are Prisoners, Inception, Whiplash, Seven, and I realized I haven't said my number 1, even though I already should have, and that's because it's The Empire Strikes Back, and I don't have my Star Wars Blu-rays with me. I went through S, and I totally meant to say something, so I guess I shouldn't say I didn't know. I did know that I didn't have my Star Wars Blu-rays with me, but I was going to say something during S, and I completely just slid past it and forgot, so we're going to say something now. Someone's borrowing my Star Wars Blu-rays to watch right now, so I don't own them, but I'm sure I will have plenty of videos covering Star Wars because it is my favorite franchise of all time, and I really wanted to make this video, so I just did it anyway without them and figured I'd just mention them, and then forgot. But yeah, to touch on them. A New Hope, one of my all-time favorites, classic, iconic film, top 20 movie of all time for me, absolutely love it. Empire Strikes Back, my favorite movie of all time, dead stop, number 1. I grew up on the original trilogy and the prequel trilogy, and I adore and love them and hold them near and dear to my heart. Return of the Jedi, the weakest of the OG3 and still amazing. Best lightsaber fight of the original trilogy and best space battle of the original trilogy. And then Phantom Menace, easily the weakest of the original 6, but I still have nostalgic love for it. Attack of the Clones, I'll defend that movie to the grave. I know people don't like it, and I know it has bad dialogue. I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating. It gets everywhere. I'm haunted by the kiss you should never have given me. Don't look at me like that. Why? It makes me uncomfortable. Okay, my lady, and gives the creepiest look of all time. Yes, I'm aware, in particular the Anakin and Padme dialogue, which I blame absolutely none of that on Hayden Christensen and Natalie Portman. They have both proven outside of those films that they're both amazing actors, so I do not blame them at all. I love George Lucas, but that is all on him and his shitty dialogue. You could give that shit to Leonardo DiCaprio and Meryl Streep, and they could not make it sound natural, I guarantee it. But so I love the prequels, and I love Attack of the Clones, Obi-Wan's detective story and all that I really love. Revenge of the Sith, the best of the prequels, my third favorite Star Wars movie behind Empire and A New Hope. Love Revenge of the Sith, love obviously Anakin and Obi-Wan, the best lightsaber fight on Mustafar. I can quote it like the back of my hand. I've seen those 6 movies a million times. Then you have Force Awakens, the best of the sequel trilogy, really gave hope for the sequel trilogy that was kind of diminished then and has become very crapped on because of that, but it's still a really fun film when you go back and watch it. Last Jedi is a movie I have softened up on over the years, actually. I hated it when it first came out, but upon rewatches, I think I was too harsh on it. There's a lot of really great stuff in there. Rian Johnson's an amazing director, and it is the best looking Star Wars movie of all time. And then Rise of Skywalker is a complete disaster, shit show. It's horrible. And then Rogue One and Solo, which would both be obviously in their respective places alphabetically, but I'm just going to talk about them because the person is also borrowing them to watch. Rogue One's a great little side quest in the Star Wars world. It gave us Andor as well, which is a great show, and has an amazing ending. Rogue One, not Andor. I mean, Andor has a great ending too, but I was talking about Rogue One, just to clarify. And then Solo is fine. It's an okay film, but nothing spectacular. But anyway, yeah, I'm sure I'll cover Star Wars more on this channel. It's my favorite franchise of all time. I'm super nostalgic to it. Absolutely love the original 6 films and Clone Wars and Rebels and all that stuff. So I'm sure I'll cover it more, and I'll show you my Blu-rays at one point, but I don't currently have them on me, even though I do definitely own them. Anyway, after all that, back to Whiplash. Third favorite movie of all time. J.K. Simmons gives up there with like Javier Bardem in No Country and Heath Ledger in Dark Knight as one of my favorite performances of all time. He's incredible in this film, and Miles Teller is amazing as well. And those final 20 minutes are just absolutely perfection. But yeah, a movie about someone trying to master their craft, and just phenomenal film. Willy's Wonderland. Let's finish off the Dr. Pepper. so that I can speak throughout the rest of this video. Willy's Wonderland, kind of on a cocaine bear type of thing, of just an absolutely stupid, ridiculous movie that you can watch with a group of people and laugh at how dumb and ridiculous and over the top it is. It's not meant to be high quality cinema, and so it's fun to laugh at. Nick Cage was perfect for this movie. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, a classic, iconic film. Gene Wilder, obviously amazing as Willy Wonka. It's a classic. The Witch, another Robert Eggers film, and I have seen Nosferatu as well, by the way, which is also amazing. This is my least favorite of his four, but it's still great. It's still a really good film. Anna Taylor-Joy is really good in there. Wizard of Oz, another absolute iconic movie. I want to rewatch this because of Wicked, which was really good, that I saw in theaters. Obviously don't own it yet because it's not out yet on physical media, but it was really good and made me want to rewatch this. An iconic classic film, of course, with this beautiful steelbook here of Dorothy in the poppy field. The Wolf of Wall Street, great Martin Scorsese film, one of DiCaprio's best performances. Jonah Hill is really good in here. Margot Robbie, one of her first big performances, but just a crazy bonkers movie about Wall Street. Definitely gives Goodfella-esque vibes to it for sure. And yeah, really good movie. And the scene of DiCaprio when he overdoses or whatever on the drugs and can't move his body is absolutely hilarious, and DiCaprio kills it like usual. We've got Wolverine, a fine X-Men film, not like spectacular, but not. It was okay. It was fine. Then we have the two Wonder Woman movies here. First one's really good, one of the best DCU movies. Chris Pine is probably the standout in there as Steve Trevor with his chemistry with Wonder Woman. Gal Gadot she's really good as Wonder Woman. Acting is not her strong suit, but she's good as Wonder Woman. Yeah, just a solid DCU movie. The second one, not so much. It's fine. The stuff with Steve Trevor, bringing him back, was unnecessary, and yeah. But Pedro Pascal's having fun in there, which I really like Pedro Pascal, so there's that. Wonka, a solid little prequel that I was like, why is this happening? It's completely unnecessary, but it was good, and Timothée Chalamet was really good in there, and so yeah, it was fun. Got the two Wreck-It Ralph movies. First one, my second favorite Disney revival film behind Tangled, one of my favorite Disney movies, just great film. Feels Pixar-y kind of, but is amazing. And so creative what they were able to do with the video games and then with the candy and Candy Crush and everything. And Ralph and Vanellope have a great relationship. Ralph Bakes the Internet. Nowhere near as good as the first, but it's still fun, and they're kind of able to be creative this time with like the internet and stuff. And the section where Vanellope goes into Disney or whatever, in particular the princess scene, is absolutely hilarious, but nowhere near the level of the first film, but still fun. Then we have a crapload of X-Men movies. I grew up on the OG 3 X-Men films, and I hold them to a special place in my heart. The first two I absolutely adore still to this day. I think they're really underrated. The first X-Men, this one's the first one. The first X-Men is a great introduction to this world. Bryan Singer, it's perfect. The cast is perfect. I love this cast. I don't know if the MCU can top it. Hugh Jackman, born to play Wolverine. James Marsden is underused in these films, but he's great as Cyclops. Patrick Stewart, Ian McKellen, Halle Berry, Famke Janssen, just all of them phenomenal. Rebecca Romijn even. And then X2 is one of my favorite Marvel movies and one of my favorite superhero movies still to this day. I think it's really underappreciated and under-talked about. It's just a phenomenal film that did everything a sequel needs to do, building off the first one, adding new characters like Iceman and... Well, Iceman was in the first one, but got a bigger part. Nightcrawler is amazing. The opening in the White House is incredible. And teaming up Magneto with the X-Men to go against Stryker, all of that is it's perfect. It works so well, and it beautifully set up the Phoenix Saga for this film to shit all over it. Again, I have nostalgia for this cast, and so I don't think this movie's horrible, but it definitely makes a lot of really questionable decisions for sure, and is way overstuffed with too many storylines. Then you have... I was expecting another X-Men movie, and I picked up a Wolverine film. I was thrown off for a second, but it fits alphabetically. X-Men Origins Wolverine. This is not good at all. Really, Hugh Jackman's obviously great as Wolverine. Lee Schreiber's pretty good as Sabretooth. You get a sneak peek at Ryan Reynolds' Deadpool, but besides that, it's a disaster. And whoever decided to sew the Merc with the mouth shut was stupid. Then we have this little. The 4 newer X-Men films. I got First Class, Days of Future Past, and Apocalypse together, and then Dark Phoenix here. First Class and Days of Future Past, both really great. The best X-Men movies outside of the first 2, when you're talking about just the mainstream X-Men films. Really good. First Class, great introduction to these new characters. Days of Future Past is amazing. Days of Future Past is my second favorite Days of Future Past. We're almost there. We're in the X's. My brain cells will make it. Days of Future Past is my third favorite X-Men film, talking overall behind Logan and X2. It's an amazing movie that's able to combine the 2 casts and all of that and do the story justice. Apocalypse absolutely doesn't do the story justice. It was really not good. The only good part was Michael Fassbender and James McAvoy are still great as Magneto and Professor X. And then this film is just a disaster. Again, they just can't seem to do the Phoenix Saga right. Is this? Yeah, this is worse than Apocalypse for sure. I would say it's really not good. Jennifer Lawrence didn't want to be there anymore. I don't know what they were doing with Professor X and Beast. Again, the only good part is Michael Fassbender as Magneto in that one. Even that one, James McAvoy's Professor X is kind of strange even. He's still giving a good performance, but then we have Zack Snyder's Justice League, far and away, way better than the original shit show we got. It's still not the perfect Justice League movie in my opinion. It doesn't fix every issue, but it is way better, and it is an epic, and I'm glad we got this film. I'm so glad we got this film, even if it took a bunch of Zack Snyder try-hard trolls spamming the internet for it. I'm still glad we got it, and it's a huge improvement in every single way. Zodiac, great David Fincher film here. Jake Gyllenhaal, Robert Downey Jr., Mark Ruffalo. Really good film about the Zodiac killings. The 2 Zombieland movies, Zombieland and Zombieland Double Tap. The first one's one of my all-time favorite comedies. Absolutely love that movie. Jesse Eisenberg, Woody Harrelson, Emma Stone, all great, and Abigail Breslin, something like that. But the first one's great, one of my all-time favorite comedies. Love that movie. The dynamic between the characters is great, and it continues into Double Tap. They're still really fun characters, but just definitely not as good overall as a film, or as funny, in my opinion. And we've made it to our last movie. We're not quite done. We've got some shows, but we've made it to our last movie. Zootopia, Disney, great Disney revival film. Really fun dynamic between our 2 leads. Yeah, and we're getting a sequel to this year, I think. Which I feel like that's a movie that could definitely have a solid sequel. Alright, now we've got some shows. Not very many, but some. We've got Batman the Animated Series, amazing 90s Batman, 90s cartoon. I love that era of superhero cartoons, Spider-Man, X-Men, and this one's probably the best of the bunch. It'd be close between this and X-Men, but Kevin Conroy, Mark Hamill as Batman and Joker, absolutely iconic. And yeah, amazing. And it has Mask of the Phantasm and Sub-Zero, the movies in there as well. And Mask of the Phantasm is the best animated Batman film, and just an amazing film in general. Then we have The Boys, Season 1 and 2. My second favorite TV show of all time, probably behind one that we'll get to later. I absolutely love this show. The first 3 seasons are just amazing, and I've seen them like a million times. Butcher and Homelander, all the characters are great, but these are the 2 standouts are Butcher and Homelander. Anthony Starr and Carl Urban are just amazing. Unfortunately, Season 4 did not live up to my anticipation. That's not the word. Didn't live up to your anticipation. That doesn't make any sense. Didn't live up to my expectations. Ugh. I don't even have any Dr. Pepper left to drink. But anyway, Second favorite show of all time. First 3 seasons are amazing. The fourth one was a bit of a letdown. It was still good. This episode with Homelander, we went back to like the people that made him, was incredible, but it just felt a bit messy and unfocused for me. But the first 3 seasons are phenomenal. I'm kind of glad to know they're ending it at 5 because it is starting to get repetitive. I hope they wrap it up really well and better than season 4 because it was easily the weakest. But yeah, they haven't released season 3 or 4, or I would have them. But this is the first 2 seasons, which are both amazing. Friends, my favorite sitcom of all time, probably the show I've seen the most of in my life. I just spammed this show from age like 8 to 12, just over and over again. Just watch this over and over and over. It's hilarious. It's the go-to show to put on in the background for me. Yeah, I absolutely love Friends. The Last of Us, great. Unlike Uncharted, this is probably the best video game adaptation ever. Again, does not hold up to the game. For me, still 100% no. Troy Baker, Ashley Johnson, those will always be my Joel and Ellie. That will always be my Last of Us. But this is a great adaptation nonetheless, and Pedro Pascal and Bella Ramsey both do an amazing job. I don't know if I just went away for a second there. Some weird update popped up on my screen. But anyway, so if I disappeared for a second, that's why. Anyway. And then we have the Justice League animated series to go along with Batman 1. I need to get Superman as well on here, but this is the 2 seasons of the original show and then Justice League Unlimited. Amazing cartoon, grew up with. Great series there. Two boxes left here. All 15 seasons of Supernatural. I love this show. The first 5 seasons are for sure the best. The Eric Kripke seasons are amazing. The first 5. Dean, Sam, Cass, Crowley, all great characters. Seasons 6 to 11 are really solid still really good. And then the last 4 are for sure the weakest. But overall, I love this show. And yeah, great show. And then The Boys is second because Game of Thrones is by far my favorite TV show of all time. It's just on another level when it comes to television. If you can't tell from my hat, there's some people from figures for it back there on top of the Blu-ray shelf. Yeah, this is my favorite TV show ever, bar none. Did they hugely drop the ball with season 7 and then even more so season 8? Yes, but I don't care because the first 6 seasons are just so damn perfect. The writing, the acting, everything about the first 6 seasons is just perfection. It's the best television I've ever seen. So I can forgive them for season 7 and 8 for that. And so yeah, I just love the characters, Tyrion, Jaime, Arya, Jon. Anyway, there will definitely be videos in the future about Game of Thrones for sure. It's my favorite show of all time. And we did it. That's it. That's everything. All my entire physical media collection, every movie I own, every show I own, which wasn't very many, I know, but yeah, so I really hope you liked it, and if you actually completed this whole thing, go down below and comment 100% or 100, whatever, show that you finished the entire video, and good on you for sticking with it through the whole time. I had a lot of fun talking about movies. I love talking about movies, and I want to continue talking about movies, so while you're down there commenting, if you'd hit that like and subscribe button, it would be amazing and to help this channel grow. And I will do more shorter videos. I'm going back to college, so I don't know how long till I'll be able to upload again. We'll see how this video does, and I'll definitely be doing more. If you want to comment down below what you want to see, rankings, franchises, reviews, anything like that, of ranking of directors or franchises or tier lists or just reviews of things coming out, anything like that, I will happily do. If it has anything to do with movies, shows, video games, anything like that, that's what I love. Movies, definitely my main thing, but yeah. And that was a journey, and see you all next time.